Let's begin. Are we live? All right. I believe we are live. Beautiful. Hey, Blank Kid. I think you're the first one here tonight. How you doing? I am pretty good. I'm looking forward to coming back to this one because I never played this mod for the channel. I just played this on my own time over the course of a few days, sometime last year, and I remember it being really good. So I want to see how well it holds up to what I remember, which is not much considering how many other mods I've played since then. Underskins, Cat, how's everybody doing tonight? Caught me at a wrong time doing a shit ton of homework that I put off to the side last week. That's all right, Eric. We'll be here. School comes first, man. You do what you gotta do. You're not obligated to be here. Decent, but sadly, I can't stay for long. Mostly just came to say hi. Well, I appreciate you coming by regardless. It's nice seeing y'all. I wish I had more to talk about with the mod itself while I'm sending out links, but there's not much that I remember about this mod, just that it's long, it's linear, and it's very well done. Oh, it's your first day of school, so yeah, like I said, school comes first. But yeah, the series will be up because yeah, this is gonna take quite a few streams to get through. This is a mod I remember being very long, so sounds good, Underskins. I didn't know you did art in your spare time. That's pretty cool. And Bradley, my man, how you doing? Oh yeah, I was a big fan of the ending for this mod. The ending of this mod is worth the price of admission. I will say that. Now that you mention it. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Just trying to click on the server. I'm not trying to. Not trying to drag it. Yep. You have a good night, Cat. It was nice seeing you for as short a time as it was. Honestly, part of me wonders if I should breathe some new life into my inactive Twitter account just to use it to send links out. But the other part of me knows how utterly toxic Twitter is. So I think I'm just gonna continue to avoid that for now. Just the only thing that I ever use, the only thing I ever used Twitter for in the like years of the PS4 is to send screenshots from my system to my phone. Like that's all I ever used Twitter for years. And hey Goose, how you doing? Never made a post on social media ever? Yeah, you're not missing much. Yep, which is crazy to think about because most people our age probably have made at least one social media post in their life. I'm willing to bet if they did a poll of people in our generation, I'm willing to bet at least 75% of people would answer yes. Yeah, I've heard sketchy things about TikTok, so I want nothing to do with it. Like, really sketchy things. So, yeah, as soon as I heard that from some of my coworkers and what they showed me from somebody who did like a from someone who basically reverse engineered TikTok, discovered some disturbing things about it. And what I remember about it is that none of it was good. So, yeah, I just want nothing to do with TikTok. I think it's a stupid idea anyway. Um, if you're guessing this mod will need 3 streams, I'm gonna guess double that. This mod is quite long from what I remember. I would say maybe 4 or 5. Oh, that's funny, Goose. That sounds like me with Flappy Bird back when that came out. Like everybody was talking about Flappy Bird at my school, so I downloaded it and played it for all of maybe 5 minutes, and I'm just like, this is stupid. Why are people so obsessed with this? And I just deleted it and never looked back. And hey Ben, how you doing tonight? Plenty of conspiracies with TikTok. One is obviously spying via the Chinese government. Yeah, that's one I heard about. Yes. Yes, over that and just the fact that a lot of what I do see from people on it is just so cringeworthy. Just I'm like, you know what? No, you can keep that. I want nothing to do with it. I don't think it's what I'm looking for. Clash Royale. I've never heard of that. Yeah, we'll see how long this mod takes. All I remember is that it was quite long when I played it on my own time. Yep, I think that has changed since I heard that, but I could be wrong. But yeah, I think I'm ready to get started. This mod also has a pretty good opening sequence here. That's why I wanted to do completely clean install with a with a no save file. Yeah, that's pretty much how I view underskins, or TikTok underskins. You got that right. Yep, I remember hearing that, and I was pretty indifferent about it. Honestly, I was just like, good. I thought it was stupid anyway. I don't really care that it exists. I just want nothing to do with it. Lost Ascension is a DDLC fan mod not affiliated with Team Salvato, designed to be played after the game's been completed, game files, blah blah blah. All that kind of stuff. The usual spiel. I love that opening sequence. That opening sequence is just so cool. So welcome to DDLC Lost Ascension, a truly lost mod these days, as it is no longer available for download on the mod list. I'm not sure if you can still find it if you search for it on the DDLC modding subreddit, but if you look at one of the links in my description, I'm pretty sure I put it there. I put my own download up for it because this is a mod that I feel like should not be lost to time. Because there's so much to this mod. Well, I don't know if I should put it that way, I should say. It's a mod that I think holds up really well, and just, I do not want to see lost to time, so doing what I can to preserve it. Yeah, that's pretty much the in a nutshell summary of the mod, Bradley. That's kind of why I want to play through it again, to see if it holds up as well as I remember it from last year. Well, it'd be nice if I knew how to spell my own name. Here we go. Admittedly, it isn't my best choice for a title, but it's something that works out for everybody in the end. Considering the surroundings, I guess you could say this was my story, or rather, everyone's story. After all, I don't think any of us really understand exactly what happened after we finally got out of that place. What I do understand, though, is that what happened before then was truly appalling. The darkness, its encumbering feeling. Even now, months later, it still haunts me. I always feel like at some point, something might go completely wrong, and I'll be back in that emptiness again. Excuse me for 1 second, my throat feels really clogged right now. Okay, better. Surrounded by the voices constantly reminding me that nothing even felt real until I had finally broke through to the others. I can't forget what I have done to them, nor can they, but I guess in a way, it's alright. I always assumed Sayori would hold a grudge, but she seems, well, happier now. She much prefers having the truth handed to her, which honestly surprises me. She never seemed like the type to handle anything well, but instead, she took it like a champ. I really should stop underestimating her. I still do from time to time, but she always manages to be a better president than I could ever be. She tells me that she couldn't make it by herself, but I really feel like she could. I know she could. However, I know full well that they need me as much as I need them. Without them, I wouldn't be club president of anything. Or anyone. And that sounds more terrifying to me than any amount of time spent in the void. But still, I do hope they find my words comforting as I write them out in this quiet darkness. That, and I hope this doesn't cause them any more distress. I really do see them all as special and unique, and I honestly don't know what I would do without them. I love my club. I love my friends. I love them. I love them all. Where do I begin with this train wreck of thoughts? Maybe I should start from the absolute beginning. Yes, that's it. The void. I guess that's what I'd call it. This was the place I was essentially born in, or better said, created in. I simply remember waking up one day in this empty, silent world with nothing around but me, myself, and I. I was terrified, as I still had my memories of growing up. Although, I guess they weren't really my memories. But they all felt so real. There's something that I still cherish, even if I know it's all a lie. After a while, I eventually felt this tight, blood-curdling grip tighten around my waist. It almost felt like it was going to crush me, until what seemed like a little piece of me suddenly broke off. Of course, searching over my body, I found nothing gone. I just felt strangely empty for some reason in that area. If you don't know what time zone I live in, I'm US Central Time. So it is 11:20 at night where I am. 11 p.m. is usually when I start streaming, because that's the time I'm used to, and it works best for me because I get off work at 10 p.m. So, you know, I have an hour to unwind after I get off my shift, and yeah, I figured that's what would work best for me when I started doing this, so that's what I've stuck with. Then it started. Yeah, I wish the time zones worked out better, but yeah, it is what it is. And this is really bad on me. I didn't mention this during the pre-stream, but while I was at work today, there was actually an update for the mod Dimensions 2. And it reads, "You've probably noticed that Dimensions 2 isn't out yet as August draws to a close. My apologies. I'm working hard to get it done, and the finish is definitely in sight. As soon as it's done, you all on the server will be the first to know." So it sounds like Dimensions 2 is coming soon, so I'm going to be keeping my eyes open for that one. As soon as that comes out, you know what we're doing. Yeah. After the end of my first playthrough of Dimensions, I showed the trailer for Dimensions 2. I'm really excited for that one. Because, Dimensions was a really fun mod. And, one of my favorite things about it is that it has, It has a system that'll allow you to carry over all your past choices from the first dimensions into the second. So I'm really excited about that. Then it started. The words, the voices, songs, music. It just hit me suddenly. Almost like that piece of me had come back, but it had brought something completely mesmerizing. Remember when you first heard that dumb song playing through the air? The one that plays when Sayori initially appears? Gosh, I can't even remember the name of it. It was a really basic tune, though. I guess it was trying to imply that Sayori was just your dumb average childhood friend. Funny, really. Covering up her depression with that music. I just remember laughing the first time I truly experienced it firsthand. Which takes me back to after that first piece had left, and that squeezing sensation would come back, almost on a routine. It was really the only interesting thing that would occur while I was alone in that void. Yeah, I want to play that mod sometime too. Because I've heard nothing but... Well, actually, I've heard people are... I think some people are mixed on Fruits of the Literature Club. But overall, I think I hear more good than bad things about it. What is my rating from 0 to 10 for DDLC? Well, that depends, because, are we just... Is this, just for the base game, or does this include the community and the modding scene? Because... if we're talking just the base game, honestly, I would probably say... I would probably give it a 7, because... it's a game I got into probably more for the modding scene than the game itself, if I'm being honest. And I guess that's just my fault for being so late to getting into the game, but playing through it myself for the first time back in March of last year, just... it was a wild ride. But I had a lot of fun with it. But if you were to factor in the community and the modding scene, then I would say I would probably say 15 out of 10. It's just... I've met so many amazing people, and I've had so much fun playing all these mods and getting to know people in the community. Just... it's been great. It's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. Just, yeah, I would say an even crazier ride than playing through the base game for the first time. But I don't regret a minute of it. Anyway, let's get back to the matter at hand. If there's one thing I'm gonna miss from Salvation, though, it's not having the ability to rewind. Not gonna lie. Even though it's supposed to be a something only the developers are supposed to use to for testing purposes, to my understanding, I love when some mods leave it enabled. Because being able to rewind in Salvation was amazing. Even if it was painful, it was the only real interaction I ever had. But it came with the music, the voices. They would always start every time a piece of me had returned. That little piece would bombard me with the noise. Yeah, exactly. It never stopped. Sometimes, when I'm sleeping, I can still hear the garbled mess. Just static. Then after a few days, or what I assumed to be days, something changed. The first piece of me that left, I could hear it screaming in agony, almost like it had experienced something traumatic, because it shifted from that cheery attitude to something dreadful and anxiety-inducing, a raw wave of pure hatred and jealousy. Yeah, I mean, for a free game, if you go in with no expectations and it's the kind of thing you like, then you really can't go wrong. But yeah, for me, DDLC is more about, because yeah, like I said, this is a game I got into more for, the modding community and, later on the community itself than, than the, standard game. The voices. They also went from friendly to hateful. I felt them slowly shift inside of me, and there was nothing I could do to stop them. The rest of me slowly started to change, too. I soon realized the majority of my own body felt scattered, broken down into small pieces of flesh and bone. It felt like what was once my body was no longer even mine, except my eyes. For some reason, my eyes never felt like they were taken from me or broken apart. I always assumed it was some sick and twisted torture method, designed specifically so I was forced to see everything done to me. Truly, a torture method only the most mentally broken would devise. I still believe that this is the worst pain I have ever had to experience. The endless squeezing and tearing, which had once brought me some kind of comfort, only began to only bring me pain and misery. Every time it would wrench out another piece of me, I knew that the joy it brought me was only temporary. That continued pain slowly broke my mind, until I finally realized that the voices I had been hearing also contained my own. I couldn't be sure as I listened, but something in my gut told me it was true. My body felt entrapped by this screaming, agonizing jealousy. The worst part was that it was all over someone I didn't even know, over people I had never even met before, something that I hadn't even experienced, yet all I could feel was hate. This continued up until the last drops of happiness were finally drained out of the shell of my soul. It felt like I was thrown out. Yeah, me and Disabled need to do the episode 3 that was released a couple months ago. Like I was a squeezed orange thrown into the trash to rot in the dump. It was so abrupt. I wasn't prepared for it. Like the user had his fun with me and disposed of me. I had laid there alone for what felt like an eternity before something picked me up and set me back up on my feet. I honestly wasn't sure what was happening until a bright light flashed across my vision. For the first time, I felt like I was whole again. No more separation or feeling of rage. It was just me. Just Monica. Did I just say that? I'm sorry. It's a running joke at this point. But the thing is, that was the feeling I had at that moment. Yes, this is the prologue. It really was just me. No division, no anything. Just me, and only me. However, it was short-lived, because soon after the bright light dimmed out of sight, I finally got to see the world around me. There was nothing special to it when I first looked around. For a moment, I honestly wasn't sure what was even going on, or why I had even been brought here. The moment was interrupted by a few bright flashes sweeping across the entire area. Luckily, I had closed my eyes just in time to not be blinded, and when I opened them, I saw 3 girls standing near me. One was a tall, purple-haired girl who looked a bit nervous and shy. Her stance and eyes exhibited a sense of nervousness or fear. My eyes wandered down a little, and to my surprise I saw an incredibly large uniform. In an attempt to ignore the size of her uniform, I looked away from her towards the next girl. Across from her was an incredibly short, sternly stood pink-haired girl. She looked younger than the others, and her cheeks and lips were tightly packed together. She looked almost like she was pouting about something. She seemed vaguely angry, and I figured it was because she had just come out of the same place that I had just been in. But then, my eyes settled on the last girl. For some reason, I felt an overwhelming surge of rage flow through me when I laid eyes on her. She was about my height, her hair a coral pink, and her eyes were shining a brilliant blue. They were almost mesmerizing to me. Had it not been for the overwhelming hatred coming over me, I might have realized exactly what was going on right then and there. I didn't really know why I hated her so much, or why I felt the need to take the measures I did. But I realize now it wasn't worth it. That moment, however, was short-lived, as that familiar grip started to coil its way up and around my legs, once again squeezing its irreversible pain around me as it began to take control. That feeling of being moved again, my body flawlessly going into that god-awful pose as if I was meant to be there for eternity. All the while, one of those familiar music tracks began to play over the world I was in. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't even think. The music was just overpowering my senses. Finally, I saw something different. Something that caused my entire being to flutter. A boy. His hair was short and messy, and his outfit was different from mine. I guess that was to signify his gender. I agree. The way mods will make text boxes for specific characters is a really good way to distinguish them, so that even if you didn't have the nameplates, you would still know to some capacity who's speaking. He had a dumbfounded look on him, one that was quickly replaced with a sly smile. He practically flew at us before pressing on each of our noses. I don't know why he did that, but it was quickly answered as the boy spoke abruptly. This is just another dating sim. Why is everybody saying it's horror? A what? A dating sim?
I couldn't comprehend what he had just said before the boy flew off, looking over a large list-looking thing.
Well, hey, Void. We're in the prologue right now, so if you get a little, if things don't really make sense, that's okay, because we're in the prologue phase. Yeah, this is a mod I played last year, and I remember enjoying it quite well, so I'm playing it again to see if it lives up to my memories of it. Yeah, I also remember it being quite long, so I'm expecting it to take quite a few days, at least a few days to get through.
He gently hit one of the buttons on said list, and suddenly the world went dark again. The voices returned to me, but instead of being jumbled and mixed, they were instead clear-cut. The voice of a boy sounded like a brick in the wall with how dumb he was, and the other being one of the girls. For a moment, that's all I got, until eventually a window of sorts appeared in front of me.
Oh yeah, I know. I know. It's gonna be a long time before we finish that mod. Especially since that one is there's 3 acts for Blue Skies and we're still in act 1. Sweet Jesus. Oh god. Yeah, it's gonna be a long time before that mod's finished.
It allowed me to see what was happening. I don't know why it appeared the first time.
Yep, and we're doing all 3 of them. That's the plan, so yeah, it'll be a long time before we're done with Blue Skies.
I don't know why it appeared the first time, but I can guess now that it was intended to drive me mad watching him choose the others. Not that it really worked after the first playthrough. Once again, I saw the coral-haired girl. Her blazer was unbuttoned, which only complemented the music playing over the scene.
Yep, I hear nothing but good things about Blue Skies, so I wanna finish it, but it's also a mod I'm doing with a commentary partner. So, yeah.
Honestly, when I saw her for the first time, I couldn't comprehend it. Perhaps it was the anger, or whatever that was supposed to be. The boy, though, he he was just he was unlike the others. He never really seemed to belong. What made it even worse, I could hear everything he said and did. Eventually, though, I was thrown into the game. Although I attempted with every muscle in my body, I couldn't move on my own. I was practically forced to move against my will. My face felt locked into different expressions. At one point, the boy stopped talking or moving altogether. I couldn't move at all for what felt like an eternity. It was as if he had left the world and now I couldn't function. Everything just froze in place until he came back. The first playthrough was indeed the worst memory. When the game was put away, I could go back to that void. My only company were the voices and the cheerful music of the cruel reality I was in. I would always think mainly about the boy, though. He used to make me so happy, so alive. But my thoughts would occasionally travel back to the other girls. I hoped I could talk to them, but the world never let me speak outside of specific times. I never got to go home and see my family, if I even had one to begin with. I would only go back to that dark place I was so accustomed to. The only bliss back then was him. Just him. Just us. We were alive, not them. So when I found the file editing software hidden away on the cracked code in the darkened void, I had an idea come across my mind. I found the files, I found the characters, I found the stats. I found Sayori's stats, and I killed her. In cold, heartbroken blood. I ended her life like it was the only thing I was meant to do. I don't know why. It was almost invigorating. Even now, I don't know why she's forgiven me for that, but she wasn't the only one I hurt at the time. I started to manipulate all of them, turning them into shells of the people they used to be, just so I could get to him. Just so I could reach him. Just so he would love me. But he didn't do anything like that. After everything I had done for him, he decided to throw me away, just like the pain. Back then, it destroyed me, both literally and figuratively, to have been gotten rid of. Yet, even when he did that, I didn't die. I couldn't die. I wanted to. I wanted to be gone, just like the rest. But I just couldn't die. As some say, letting go is always the hardest part. Sayori took over, and for the first time, I began to understand that whatever had made me go mad had done the same to Sayori. Club president, whatever it was supposed to be, was infected with something underneath all those fancy powers. It made us go mad, and I didn't know what to do. The game was soon over, and in a last-ditch effort, I told him to leave, to just go away. Yet, he never did. He persisted. He came back, time and time again. He was after something, a good ending. Something to make him happy. He didn't care what happened to us in the process. He just wanted his happy ending. He tried everything and anything. Editing files, deleting us early, even resorting to modifications. But none of it worked. He never did get his happy ending. Eventually, with so many resets and do-overs, I would realize who I was faster and faster. The resets no longer affected my memory. I could remember whole playthroughs and mods.
I wonder if this is how my Monica feels after playing so many mods over the last year and a half. I wonder about that sometimes. Yeah, dude, you got that right. She has more she has more willpower than I think any of us realize.
Time itself was becoming a concept to me. I could track time based on when he would show up, since he had been late for bed so many times. Soon, my life was much more stable, even if it truly wasn't. I could move freely in the world, thanks to a little file editing. I could go from place to place without the game breaking its own code and barriers. I soon found that the world itself was barely coded, yet there was plenty to be coded within it. Rooms, hallways, houses, even people.
Take every Monica file from every mod you've played and feed it to Moss file. Well, I would have to re-download every mod I've ever played because I don't keep every single mod I've ever played on my computer. So, Yeah, it would be a lot, I can tell you that much. Yep, in fact, if I go into my folder with all of my mod save files, not counting Moss, there are save files for 81 other mods on my computer. And hey, Oren, how you doing? Good to see you, man. You can't feed an AI bites. It isn't food. But I can feed her a cupcake.
I slowly started to code it all in myself, bringing these places into reality and trying to make something out of what seemed to be nothing. But I realized after some time that I still had more worries, the other girls especially, my own rage building up. The thing that would interrupt my thoughts whenever the end of the first act would come around to haunt me. I would always kill Sayori at that point. One thing I couldn't edit was my own file. It was protected by something. But after a few playthroughs, I finally managed to crack through the firewall. I saw my own file, my own being.
That's alright, man. You're not obligated to watch. You're not obligated to be here, every second of the stream. But it's nice just to have you come by.
I searched frantically through it, searching for what made me this way. I finally found it. It was resting quietly inside my core files.
Oh, dude, interview club. I've seen parts of Ronald's playthrough of that, I think. Yeah, dude, I've seen parts of Ronald's playthrough of that. I think it's a really interesting mod. It's a really cool idea. If enough people want me to play that, I'll look into it.
My mind ran with so much worry and doubt that I was practically shaking when I deleted it. Almost immediately, something felt different. After I had done that, when the time came for my usual manipulation, I felt no need to do it. I didn't want to make Sayori feel sad or depressed. I simply watched. But he wasn't very happy about that, apparently, as watching only resulted in a quick reset. I had to listen to what the game wanted, no matter what. That was when it struck me. He was only after his happy ending, not ours. He just wanted the pleasure of watching us suffer and die over and over. He played through everything to torture us so many times. That was why he was so disappointed about the introduction the first time around. He wanted to have a fun time watching us all fall apart internally. For the first time, I felt rage towards someone who wasn't Sayori, and it felt like it was true and honest anger. I realized at this point as well that the game didn't control me anymore like it used to. I could move freely without anyone telling me what to do. And if the game couldn't control me, then neither could he.
Oh, alright. Mod just closed itself. I'm guessing that means that's the end of the prologue, so let me just relaunch here. Alright.
Continue. That I do not remember from last time. I did not remember that part of the prologue. My rage, my hate, my anger, my displeasure, my everything. It would revolve around him. Nobody else. Not even the girls. Only him. I could tell he was angry. He was so bent on destroying what I was becoming that he reset the game many times in an attempt to put an end to my takeover, only for his efforts to help move it along. Normally, the other girls and I would be sleeping, or in a sort of stasis when he would turn on his computer. But during the most recent playthrough, I had managed to get an opportunity with my newest attempt at breaking the code that I hadn't had before. I was able to fight back the unnatural level of exhaustion that was normally present with this new development. With that, I was finally able to take a step forward in the direction I had begun planning so long ago. Bringing the others up to a level of sentience comparable to mine was something that required a lot of time to achieve. I honestly wasn't sure how long I worked, but having to take frequent breaks during the effort was something I got used to early on. As I finally finished up the project, my mind and body finally gave in to the intoxicating slumber that had been looming over me for so long. My last thought was one that I still smile at, thinking about having finally made a system to get everyone free. I wasn't entirely sure how long I was asleep, but when I woke up the next time, I found myself in a place that I had never seen before. It wasn't my game or my home. It was something. Ugh. I assume it was because I had managed to find a way to avoid the normal shutdown process, but I had seemingly woken up somewhere on his desktop. It wasn't too bad until I noticed the desktop background he had. It was a rather revealing image of her in a bikini. I still want to puke thinking about the king of creeps who put that on his computer. Because at this point, with everything I knew he had done, this was just adding to my pile of distastes for him. Of course, at this point, I didn't really know what he looked like or what he did. I only recognized him as a mouse icon. But that's just a random thought. I have no idea if I would even want to know what he looks like at this point. I still have to ask why he had that image, anyways. Besides that, it just added to my excitement towards finally getting the upper hand over him. All he needed to do was just hit start on the game one more time. And it led me into one of the longest waiting games I never wanted to experience. He never once opened the game while he was there, and it was that way for some time. Finally, I decided to poke my head out to see what he was up to, and found out that he had been creating something. I didn't really understand any of it then, but now the word firewall contains a far different meaning to me. He seems to be hard at work, and eventually he stopped what he was doing. His mouse icon made its way over towards the game folder, and I prepared myself. He paused right before clicking it, the mouse icon stopping over the executable. After a terribly long time, he finally opened it up. My time to finally strike, and in a place he designed? How could this be any more poetic for us? I'm coming to finish the job for everyone.
So now we have shifted perspectives. Quite the lengthy prologue bit, and I'm not even sure we're out of it yet. But yeah, this hopefully will help to set the stage for what this mod is about.
Waking up today. What's the point? School always feels like the same few days repeating over and over. But I guess that's the curse of life, having to face the same cycle. Up until we...
Yeah, true.
I shot up out of my covers. I have these dreams a lot. Sometimes they go away, but more often than not, they come along and drive my sunshine away and leave those awful rain clouds. These dreams make my mind go places, and sometimes I wish I could just... My eyes opened slowly. I couldn't really remember what I dreamt about or why I had this strange feeling of deja vu, but as soon as it started hitting me, but as soon as it started hitting me, with it came an unusually high amount of happiness. I felt like something was pulling me free of an endless cycle, almost like I was getting ready to. I clawed at the noose around my neck, struggling to break free, my legs dangling as they tried their hardest to find something to catch so I wouldn't die. Sometimes when this is happening, I can see Monica standing off to the side, watching, waiting. One time, the last time I had this nightmare, Monica had saved me. She came to my aid. She got me down from that mistake and saved me. I was so scared of dying, Monica understood it. She seemed so broken up about it. She left me there after a while. I could only stare up at the ceiling by that point. Everything was just empty. I had never felt so genuinely loved before, not by anyone, and especially not him. Monica was so caring. She listened to every word that came out of my mouth. She wanted to understand. I wanted her to stay, to keep me happy. I wanted her to be with. I woke up with a jolt, my normal mindset wavering into the sunshine zone. I smiled. I don't feel sad at all. But why do I feel so happy today? I looked around my room, and it seemed brighter than usual, too. My coral pink hair slipped down my forehead, reminding me that I really should brush it. I glanced over my clock and felt a bit of a surprise. Not only had I woken up on time, I was actually up 20 minutes early. For a moment, I considered going back to bed, but today was starting off so wonderfully, I just didn't want to waste it. I laugh at myself as that thought remained clear, my smile forcing its way through my tired face. I could still sense my rain clouds buried deep inside my head, but they weren't trying to fight their way out, they stayed quiet. My smile began to fade as I realized something else. Why was I feeling so good today? Was it something I ate yesterday? I continued to rack my brain as I got up and changed out of my sleepwear before heading to the bathroom. Looking at myself in the mirror, I pulled at my hair a little. I considered fixing it up, but decided against it, knowing people might ask questions. I picked up my toothbrush and toothpaste, and then went through the process of brushing my teeth. Even this feels pleasant to do. What is up with me today? I shook my head as I put the toothbrush down, smiling brightly as I turned the heel to go downstairs. I entered my kitchen in search of something to consider a good meal. Aha! Eggs and toast! I whistled away, a quiet tune to myself as I got the simple yet pleasant meal thrown together, my eggs turning out perfectly. I smiled to myself as I enjoyed my meal.
Oh, okay, it advanced on its own. For me, it depends on the kind of egg, but generally, I enjoy eggs. I think I would say scrambled eggs are my favorite. I smiled to myself as I enjoyed my meal, looking at the clock and sighing. Having already run low on time, I quickly put my dishes into the sink and started to. I paused in the living room, my footsteps coming to a stop. Something crossed my mind that I wasn't prepared for. That's a very weird dream, Wolverine. That is very weird, but I consider you lucky because I very, very rarely remember what I dream about. Like, no joke. I only remember, I'd say, like, a handful of dreams every year. Like, you could probably count them on one hand. So, you're lucky. And it's also because of this that, I actually failed an assignment at school once, back when I was in high school. So, back in my composition class when I was a sophomore in high school, my, it was related to a book. I think we were reading Ender's Game at the time, and, there's a, game that the main character plays in, that book that revolves around, dream symbols in some way, and how the game uses it to represent things he's feeling about, things he's thinking about, or something like that. It's been a while since I've read the book. I don't exactly remember what the purpose of the game was, but anyway, my teacher decided since that was such a big, since that played a role in the book, that they would have us keep a dream journal for I think 2 weeks, and I just am like, well, that's just great, because I never remember what I dream about. So yeah, rather than make up a bunch of shit, I'm just like, you know what? I'll just take the L. Fuck this. And that's what I consider the stupidest homework assignment I ever got when I was in school. I have no idea, man. I'm no expert at that kind of stuff. But yeah, what would you guys say is the dumbest homework assignment you ever got while you were in school? Or if you're in school, up to this point, what is the dumbest homework assignment you guys have ever received? Let me know in chat.
What? I felt strange. Something I had never felt before. I didn't feel sad or depressed. I don't know what this emotion is or what it's supposed to be. I looked over at my childhood friend's house. Normally, I would walk with him to school, but something told me not to bother with him today.
Anything involving math? That's understandable.
Maybe there is something wrong with me today. I had planned on telling him to join my club while I walked with him to school, but even that thought felt negative.
Monica's plan is starting to take off. I think that's the reason. I think that's the reason. I was so I think that's the reason I liked this mod so much. Just it's about Monica getting back at an asshole player in such a long-winded but clever way that is just absolutely amazing to watch. Making a poster about why smoking is bad. Yeah, the box literally tells you it kills you. Like, dude, you could not have an assignment about something more obvious. Like, holy shit. I think if I ever got that assignment, I would just make the most sarcastic poster ever.
Is this really what I have been thinking about? Is this really it? He's my childhood friend. I'm supposed to care. Amongst this feeling of unease and uncertainty, something else came over me as I stood there looking across our lawns. It wasn't overwhelming or something that was really a shock to me. He might not like the club anyways. I mean, he always hides in his room and basically ignores me all the time. Is our friendship really that meaningless to him? I realized exactly what this emotion was. Was our friendship worthless to him? Was everything we did back then that all of these nights I spent thinking about him? All of these nights I spent thinking about him, and my mind is finally telling me, no, no, these thoughts are wrong. They can't be right. They just can't. Before I let my head spiral into confused questions again, I walk out to my front porch.
Yeah, I guess.
The warm breeze of the day greets me, the sun burning brightly to welcome me from my confused thoughts. My confusion started to settle down as I looked around, digesting what was running through my head. Why was I still friends with a meanie that didn't even bother to ask how I was doing every day? His personality read a lot more closely to what Natsuki would describe him as. Maybe it would be best if I took a break from him. I closed my door behind me and walked down into my yard, trying to ignore his house entirely. Even as I walked with a newfound sense of confidence, I couldn't help but doubt it to an extent. I had never really thought about him like that before, let alone thought about our friendship like that before. I shook my head, confused by my own reasoning. I stopped at the end of our street and sighed. A lonesome glance back down towards his house only added to my doubts. I bit my lip, trying to think of what could be done to help settle my thoughts. Not that I was troubleshooting myself with ideas for very long before I started to remember something important.
Welcome to the stream, Amanda. I don't think I've seen you around before. How are you doing tonight? The worst kind of thing with essays is when you have to write like multiple pages about a question you could answer in 4 sentences or less. Something like that. That's when you have to word your sentences in the longest way possible and think of every completely unimportant detail just to fill in those pages. Ross Scott's words, not mine.
I bit my lip, trying to think of what could be.
Oh wait, I already read this.
I've tried to talk to him before, even tried to reason with him about things. I even wanted to hang out, and he never accepted. What would change his mind now? Would anything at all? No, nothing would, and I've secretly known that all along. I've known that for a long time, and I just now came to realize that. He always was really dense and dull. Chances are he wouldn't even like the literature club for what it's supposed to be. If anything, he'd stay because of the other girls. Natsuki's sentiments over some of the more perverted intentions of high school boys echo in my head as I think about my neighbor and how he acts around me. I actually felt a bit of anguish as I stared at his house. How had I been so dumb?
That is amazing. That is amazing, Dawn. Imagine writing 5 essays, each one having to be 500 words, about what a certain part of a car does, how to carry out a diagnosis of the system, and how to fix it. Oh my god. Sweet Jesus. I'm not waiting for him today. I need some distance and a lot of time to think. I turned around and continued my way towards my classes. I wasn't gonna look back at this house again. I watched Sayori walk to school alone. She seemed deep in thought. Whatever my code work has done, it had executed it very well. I watched as Sayori disappeared off in the distance, my attention reverting back to my code breaker. It had already gotten through Sayori at a much faster pace than I anticipated. I wanted to start with her, since she was the one who technically started the whole thing. Plus, I wanted to see how she would act without her restricted lines and code. Clearly she was in agreeance about how terrible he actually was. I sighed as the breaker worked its way into Yuri's file, the girl's code shattering into nothingness. I figured it was important that she was next in line, seeing as how adverse her reactions were to her love interest. The best part was the fact that question 3 and 4 were literally the same. I hate that when people I hate that when assignments ask the same question just worded differently. Like, it is so dumb. It's like, you already asked me this. Just changing the words doesn't make it a different question. Anyway, that was definitely not something I wanted to deal with until much later. My silence was interrupted by the appearance of a mouse icon. It seemed to be checking through things in the files. I smiled to myself as he clicked around. He missed every detail I had instrumented into my master plan. I watched his mouse icon finally go away prior to Codebreaker beeping quietly to me. Yuri's file was reported as finished, and Natsuki's was being treated next. That's exactly what I would do, just see question 3. I stood up and looked around for a moment before heading out of my covered spot. As simple as this was turning out to be, I had not planned out this moment happening, ever. I hid my little codebreaker access point deep inside the recesses of my personal file, keeping my work a total secret. Sayori would likely head to her classroom and assume things were normal until she really looked around. I needed to get to her before that point. I don't know what would happen if she were to wander outside and be seen by him. Maybe the whole operation would go to waste. I increased my speed as I headed towards the school building, my reveal speech slowly formulating itself in a way I could deem as passable. Alright, Yuri's perspective. I walked into the clubroom, my hand brushing up along my face as I pushed a strand of hair out of my eyes and behind my ear. I looked around the room, my eyes narrowing. Something felt different about the clubroom today. Initially, I thought it was due to the absence of Sayori and Monica, but there was something else, too. The classroom felt more than just empty. I glanced around the room, seeking some kind of answer. The only other person there was Natsuki. She wasn't really paying much attention to my presence. I looked back at the clubroom door, finally taking into account how silent the building was. No teachers, no students, nobody. Have I never noticed how quickly time flies? Or does everyone just rush home this quickly? I shrugged it off. Maybe if I paid more attention I'd notice. But honestly, this silence is perfect for my own interests. After all, reading is much better without people bugging me. I sat down at my desk, opening up my bag in search of my favorite book, only to find that it was...
Huh? Wait, where did it go? I looked through it more frantically, becoming panicked that maybe I had left it elsewhere. I pray that it's in there, not wanting to have to deal with anyone who had stolen it from me. No such luck. I couldn't find it. The portrait of Markov was missing from the safety of my bag. Panic began to rise in my chest, the fears of missing my possession overriding any serenity the empty room had brought before. Out of desperation, I turned to Natsuki for aid. Not like we were amazing friends, but perhaps she might find it in herself to help me out. As my attention turned toward Natsuki, I heard her laugh when she noticed me looking at her. Natsuki, holding my book, was trying to be sneaky as she slid it into her manga collection. Why does she act so childish sometimes? I stood up and prepared myself for the incoming confrontation, my lips tightening up a little. Let's get this over with. I take in a deep breath as I approach her, looking at her directly. Natsuki? Her head snaps to me. She's trying to hide the book in her collection. Yes? Is she playing innocent with me? Why? Why did you take my book, Natsuki? I felt my self-confidence raise a bit as I looked at her for an answer. I'm trying my hardest to stay positive. I can do this! Natsuki glances downwards. For a moment I thought I saw guilt, but it quickly returns to something more her style. Well, because you never do anything but read all the time. I mean, come on. There's 3 of us that are always here. What? She pouted as she looked at me, my mind racing. She's trying to make me open up? What normally would have angered me because of my book being taken was actually giving me a sense of curiosity. I think I understood why she took it. Stealing wasn't the best option, but maybe she just wants some company. Something that we both are kind of terrible at showing sometimes. Towards one another. I know that feeling so well. I know what it's like. I felt my anger dissipate into nothingness as I looked at her. All of this was happening so quickly. All I could do was just give her a patient smile. I could actually understand what she was trying to do. You're right, Natsuki. I should try socializing a bit more, I suppose. Natsuki's eyes widened, clearly shocked by what I had just said to her. I know, right, Bradley? But I like the look on Natsuki's face as she's utterly dumbfounded by Yuri's response. Like she wasn't expecting it to work. I think I might have broken her. She looked absolutely dumbfounded when I said that. In all honesty, I was also a bit surprised that I was resisting my social anxiety screaming for me to stop speaking to her. But she nodded happily as she pulled my book out of her collection and went over to her desk, waving for me to join her in a childlike fashion. I sat down at the desk adjacent to hers, keeping my nerves under control. Mighty brave of me today. Trying to make a friend instead of just disappearing into my fantasy world again. So, you really like reading, huh? I looked up at her, confused. I didn't know what to say for some reason. All words escaped me as my mind raced, trying to find an answer to this simple question. Someone just asking me a simple question about myself was difficult to answer. Well, yes, I really enjoy reading books. I stammered as I spoke to her, hoping I didn't just screw up this chance to connect in some way. I realized my hands felt clammy from sweat, and I had planted them firmly onto my legs.
Hello. Welcome. How are you doing tonight?
Her pink eyes were practically sparkling as I said my line. I glanced at her as she smiled.
Sorry, I just needed to get up and stretch for a second. I'm gonna call you Rin if that's okay with you. How you doing tonight? I'm great. Actually, it's not tonight in here though. Yeah, time zones. I know. Is it morning or afternoon where you're at? And hey, 2.72a, how are you doing? Oh, lots of newbies. How's everybody doing tonight? Or morning, wherever you are. Good. Glad to hear it. It's always what I like to hear from my viewers. That is the goal, after all.
She seemed happy that I was trying to converse with her. This can't be normal. Natsuki doesn't just chat randomly. Was she faking it to get at me for my book? Or is she just wanting to... Well, what else do you like to do? Natsuki's question snaps me back to the conversation in the real world.
I think you're right, but I think my favorite time streaming was when I did the World of Dreams playthrough. World of Dreams, I think, was probably my favorite time streaming. Just, that was so fun. Just the unexpectedness of the developer showing up. I think in the... I can't remember if it was the first or second stream. I'm pretty sure it was the second stream, but just the dev showing up randomly. Yeah. The dev just randomly showing up and inviting me to the server, just... God, that blew my mind. That was really kind of mind-blowing for me, because just... I don't expect those kinds of things to happen when I play a mod, dude. Not at all. Like, I'm just here to share mods that I like to play, and mods that you guys want me to play. So it kind of goes both ways. And to answer your question, Rin, no. It says on screen, the mod we're currently playing, kind of at the bottom there. This is the mod Lost Ascension. But before DDLC Plus came out, I did do a base game playthrough, and I played through DDLC Plus's base game in one nearly 12-hour stream, if you're interested in marathoning that. And if you can do it in one sitting, you are a champ. Because, good God, that is one hell of a commitment.
I mean, I understand if there isn't a whole lot, but, you know, there's no way we're in this club for just one stupid thing. We all have different interests, right? Imagine if we all went for the same guy, for instance. Wouldn't that just be crazy? I laughed a little at the idea of us all falling in love with the same person. It would be similar to some books I've read, and those have never ended well.
And, to give you kind of an idea of what this mod is about, it's hard. I can't just look up the premise, because, this, is a mod that you can't find on the mod list anymore. So there's no, like, page where you can just go and download this. But essentially, this is a mod about Monica altering the game in such a way to get back at a really just asshole player. Yeah, that's a better way to put it, Bradley. My thoughts don't exactly come out the best when I say them out loud. I'm much better. I feel like my thoughts are much better articulated when I write them down in words. So, me trying to articulate something in the heat of the moment just doesn't usually work out for me. Which is maybe why this isn't exactly the best idea, streaming stuff, but I have fun doing it, and you guys seem to like it for some reason, so here we are. Yep, if I don't have much going on Tuesday, my next day off, I really want to try and get my own Discord server set up, because I'd love to have another way to interact with you guys outside of the stream. Just a place where we can all hang out, and I can stream other games exclusively there for you guys, and have like a mod suggestions channel where you guys can suggest mods for me to look at or play. Or if you have your own mod, like, you can suggest it to me and I'll look at it. Just... Breaking Dawn, that is amazing! Lost Ascension, you mean DDLC, jump the player. That is amazing. I love that. That is great. But yeah, I think either Tuesday or Thursday. It really depends on what I have going on Tuesday, but I really want to try to get my own Discord server set up finally. Because I know I've talked about it in many streams past, but it really is something I want to do. And just, I feel bad that I haven't had the time to do it yet. Natsuki seems pleased at my laugh. Yeah, I know about that from past experience with running group chats on other apps. And yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. So I'm not sure if it's something I'm ready to take on again, but I'm gonna give it my best. That's all I can say. Also, I love this face. This face is amazing. Yep. You enjoy your book, man. I'll see you around. Did I really get a laugh from you? A laugh from Yuri? That's gotta be a first! I'm totally gonna tell Monica. I couldn't help but smile a little bit. She might be annoying at times, but we're only human. She's trying her best. Yes, she is. She's trying her best, chat. Natsuki's just trying her best. That's alright, dude. You don't have to. If you only want to be there to see like my stream schedule, or you want to jump into a different game that I'm streaming like exclusively on there, that's fine. That's fine. Because yeah, that's another thing. Just other than having a channel to chat with you guys and have a place where you guys can recommend mods for me, other than here live. I'd want to have other things that there are to do too. But I'm kind of old school, and I don't keep up with all the fancy stuff that Discord has to offer. So I'll probably consult Disabled for help getting the server set up, because he's done it before. So he knows more about this stuff than I do. Because yeah. I don't honestly know all that much about Discord. I just kind of use it to keep up with mods and friends. Pretty much, Dawn. You got that right. Whoop. Why did Natsuki just become a little more transparent? Not Okie Dokie, I'm still waiting for. I hope you do that eventually. Well, if you want me to play Not Okie Dokie A Lost Chapter, yeah, either somebody is gonna have to link me their copy, or I'm gonna have to use the Wayback Machine, because I'm pretty sure you can't download that anymore, at least not off the mod list. Yeah, Not Okie Dokie is one of those mods that was taken down due to containing copyrighted material, so somebody would have to link me their copy, or I would have to use the Wayback Machine to find an existing download link for it. Then again, I haven't tried to search for a copy, so maybe I'll do that sometime. Yeah, and using the Wayback Machine to find a mod is just, wow. That would be one hell of an experience, am I right?
I don't completely understand why she decided to do this with me, but it's not like I'm regretting my decision right now. I don't mind her company at all. She was actually really pleasant to talk about things with. The more I thought about it during our chat, the more I came to enjoy her, even with her abrasive side, and I really did like the way she thought about things like that. She's a genuinely good person at heart, just with a unique way of showing her distaste towards people, something I understood. I was rushing towards Sayori's classroom, trying to make sure that she didn't just get up and start wandering. Since I had implemented the code breaker correctly, I wasn't that worried about something going extremely wrong, but I still needed to get to her. If Sayori gets the idea to go talk to him, all of this progress might go to waste. And then what? My mind was set on making this go perfectly. It needed to go perfectly.
There is that perfectionist mindset again from Monica.
I opened the door rather frantically, hoping that she was still in the classroom. Walking in, I immediately spotted a sleeping Sayori. The smooth rising and falling of her body brought me a sense of relief. She's still here! I let out a built-up breath, releasing the tension in my body as I went up next to her. I gently prodded her, trying to wake her up without freaking her out. She initially shook my hand off, rumbling something as she resettled. I shook my head as I persisted, prodding her more. Sayori, hey, you need to wake up. It's almost time. Sayori mumbles from her pillow made of her arms. For what? I reminded her in a simple fashion. It's almost time for the literature club, Miss Vice President.
Not sure what you mean by that, Dawn, but okay.
Sayori practically jumps out of the seat, panic displayed across her face. Her eyes were now wide open as she looked over at the clock. Oh my gosh, Monica will be so mad if I'm late again!
We have blinking!
She nearly continued panicking before looking at me and blinking several times. Her face went from panic to a bit of something else I hadn't really seen much of before. Monica? I'm so sorry! Guilt. Something that she didn't really feel the need. Something that she really didn't need to feel oversleeping at the end of a school day. I have to admit though, seeing her wake up like that was kind of cute. A smile formed across my face as she looked at me apologetically. It's no worries, Sayori. I was just passing by and happened to look in and saw you were asleep. So I decided to come in and wake you up. I figured you must have had a long day or something.
I love how smooth that is.
She smiled sleepily before letting out a big yawn, stretching a little bit. Sarah quickly got to work and slid her stuff into her bag. Wait, something just brushed up against my hand. What is...
Yep.
I glanced down to see that Siri's hand had grabbed onto mine, her smile becoming more present. Let's go, Monica! We can't be late to our own club. What will the others think of us if we're late? Siri said this as she practically yanked me out into the hall in the direction towards the club room. I let out a small laugh as we quickly made our way through the halls. Instead of letting Siri continue to drag me along, I kept up with her pace. Sarah and I were heading towards what was going to be one of the most serious moments of my life. Sarah guided us along the shortest paths possible, making it to the club room in record time. At least, that's what it felt like. Sarah grabbed the door handle and quickly pulled the door open, scaring the two who had been in a deep conversation inside. Those two are getting along now. That's fantastic! Seems my plan thus far has been moving along at a pace far better than I had originally intended. The other two took a moment to collect themselves, Natsuki quickly speaking up in reaction. Sorry, we're late! Suri yelled it out as she pulled me into the room, Natsuki letting out a loud, You didn't have to literally tear the door down, you know. Natsuki let out a second, and went back to what she was doing. Yuri was still there. Yuri was still sitting there, a bit stunned before Natsuki pulled her back into what they were talking about. I sighed as I tried to collect my thoughts, my head running with numerous ways to approach this problem. I snapped myself out of my thoughts as something I hadn't thought about crossed my mind. They're all going to be sentient like I am. Would they remember what I did to them over all of those playthroughs? I swallowed nervously as Sarah released my hand. She gave me a sweet smile, which didn't do much to recover my confidence. I only had today to tell them about what had been happening. This was my chance to make this right.
And again we shift.
Okay, everyone. I have something a bit different in store today for our club meeting. Monica went up to her usual spot at her podium, with a finger raised and a smirk across her lips like normal. Everything is going so well today.
Oh, and it's all about to come crashing down, Sayori. You're all about to be hit with a big truth bomb, I'm afraid.
This morning, school, the club, it's all perfect.
Yeah.
And Monica, it was so nice of her to take the time to wake me up for the meeting. I'm gonna have to thank her for that. I feel a little bad about making her stop whatever she was doing before, but she doesn't seem to mind at all. I shook my head a little, turning my attention back to Monica, anticipating whatever she had to say. As I watched her intently, she began to address everybody in the room. I have something. She trailed off, clearly lost in her thoughts. My smile wavers a moment, noting some unhappy emotion in her expression.
Yep. This is about to get serious. Because the music stopped.
Was it sadness, fear, confusion, anger? I internally began to spiral, hundreds of worst-case scenarios filling my head as the gears kept turning. Was Monica having a rain cloud?
Not quite that. She just really needs to think through what she's about to say. And there's no easy way to say it.
She seemed all right earlier, but now she's not acting like her normal self at all. Monica's whole demeanor shifted as she sat down near her podium and looked at us. A solemn expression was present on her face, affecting the mood of the already silent room. I'm sure you've all started to notice some weird things going on today. People missing, strange emotions. Everyone seemed to freeze up as she said that, an uneasy feeling taking hold of the room. How would she know about stuff like that? Was I that obvious? The spiraling continued out of my control. Was I smiling too much? Was I too happy today? Was it because I dragged her down the hall? Had her spend time with me? I need to explain something that won't make a lot of sense until you experience it firsthand. I just hope you all understand. She stood up and walked over to her podium once more, looking at us for a moment as she collected herself and began to speak. This reality, unlike what everyone has grown to accept, is a lie. Everything around us is just a bunch of trashy code. Nothing here is even alive in the slightest. Our lives, our homes, everything we know. It's all pre-written by some freak looking for entertainment through torturing us. What? What was that? Why was she speaking so funny? It didn't even sound like she was talking. It was like I felt her speaking. It felt like my very being was being spoken to, like someone had cracked me open and forced these thoughts into my head. All I could hear was her voice. But worst of all, it feels like my memories were being forced out of the way to reveal something dark behind it all. My home, my life, my childhood, it was all being torn apart and left behind as my mind focused on the words Doki Doki Literature Club.
It's happening, ladies and gentlemen. The sentience is taking hold. The realization is setting in.
Whatever just happened, it kept coming, kept pouring in, all of it at once, not stopping for even a second. I could feel tears welling up in my eyes as I looked at Monica. She was clutching the podium. Even with what I was now experiencing, it felt like something was missing. A piece of my mind was still blurry, but it was slowly coming out. My thinking was interrupted by a quiet voice speaking from behind me. You're kidding, right? This is some kind of joke, isn't it? Some stupid illusion? Did you really think we would fall for that, Monica? You must think we're complete idiots if you think a dumb trick like that would work, right, guys? She huffed for a moment. However, she didn't sound very confident in herself, as even her most defensive statements sounded shaky. I wanted to go and hug her, but I decided not to when a second voice spoke up. Monica, keep going, please. We're interested. Yuri spoke out without much hesitation. None of us disagreed with her, and out of eagerness to listen, and our eagerness to listen shone through brightly. Monica swallowed again, as she prepared to speak one more time, feeling a bit more confident in herself. I thought a long time ago that he was here to love us, to love me, but in reality, he doesn't even care in the slightest. He just assumes we are puppets in a game to be treated without love and dignity, to be used for his torture. He's hurt me. He's hurt all of you. So many times he has done the same thing, over and over. Monica finally stopped speaking, and the feeling of everything vanished and faded away. And I watched everyone die, over and over. She looked at us. She looked up at us with her eyes beginning to flood with tears, her whole body shaking. I couldn't stop him. I couldn't. I couldn't. My heart ached as she started to break down. My head was spinning around. From the muffled sobbing that was echoing from behind me, I knew nobody was handling this well. I knew I had to act. So I got up and did exactly what I do best. I gave Monica one of my hugs, knowing that's what she needed. It's okay, Monica. I know you tried your hardest. I tightened my hug to comfort her, her sobs slowly beginning to pick up more dramatically. Everything she told us, it felt so familiar, but still so distant. My memory was still hazy, but I was sure I'd remember all of it soon enough. For now, however, Monica needed the club more than ever. Sayori. She finally hugged me back, her crying beginning to quiet down as she and I stood there. After a while, she finally got herself to calm down and slowly detached herself from my grasp. She smiled pitifully as she looked at everyone else. She directed us to go and sit down at a few desks so she could explain things a bit better and offer up a solution to our problem. While I wasn't very excited to have to find out everything she had planned, I knew that she would lead us in the direction we needed to go. Sometime later. So we're gonna do all of that? Are you sure? Natsuki asked loudly as Monica finished speaking. If it were me, I'd honestly give him a long and drawn out. Yuri swatted her on the back of her head, Natsuki looking completely stunned. Let's focus on getting through tomorrow first. We can discuss this later when we aren't so out of touch. She smiled slightly as I scolded her profusely for her slap, Monica laughing a little at the whole interaction. Jerk. We spent the rest of the club period talking about everything that Monica knew, a serving of tea accompanying our discussions. I couldn't help but wonder what my mind wasn't remembering. I tried to rack my brain about it, but eventually gave up. I just figured that with Monica around, those old memories shouldn't matter that much, right? Yuri and Natsuki were finally opening up. Monica appeared to be extremely happy about that. Whatever she had done and explained to us must have really turned us back into people, I guess. She even mentioned that there were things she had never seen before appear during our breakage, whatever that means. But it was alright. I didn't much care so long as I had my friends, or I guess my family now to an extent. Especially Monica. Just with how well she was taking care of us, and how much she cared about us being safe. I couldn't help but feel loved by her the most. She loved me so much more than that meanie ever did. After ending the club meeting on a high note, we split up to go our separate ways. I still wasn't entirely sure how I should go about this or how I should feel. Well, I can't really lie to myself. I am genuinely scared of what's going to happen this week. It feels wrong to think about her plan. But with everything she's told us, it really was the only option. I kicked the occasional rock as I made my way home, looking around for what was supposed to be my home. Monica had been a bit worried about leaving any of us on our own initially, but she let it go after we assured her we'd be okay. For as confident as she was before, she still harbored that fear. However, I still couldn't accept that behind the boy that I had been friends with for so long was this monster.
It did. Don't worry, it'll come up. This mod just focuses a lot more on the girls themselves and their effort to thwart the player. It did ask me to input my name at the beginning. It's just not all that common that my name comes up, because this is a mod where the player is the antagonist. My thoughts were sown with the seeds of doubt as I thought about this situation. Maybe he and I could figure things out. I smiled to myself. Yeah, maybe I could convince him. Maybe this whole situation is just... My thoughts suddenly shifted to the mysterious person controlling him. My subconscious stopped me in the middle of the empty street, my thoughts taking hold. And hello, how are you doing, Afton? How's it going tonight? If my fake childhood friend was really that mean, and he was just some kind of representation of the guy behind him, Monica has to be right about him then. I shrugged to myself before continuing down the street. I took a moment and stopped at my fence, looking over at his house. I've never felt so confused and afraid of someone so close to me before. I looked away from his house before entering my yard. I dropped my bag on the ground and sat down on my front porch. Why is this even happening to me? I find myself gazing off towards the sky, watching the sun slowly drop into nothingness. My whole life? All of it? Just a big lie? I leaned back on my front door, letting my body relax itself as I let the cooled air flow more freely over my skin. I closed my eyes, trying to formulate how I should be feeling about this. Shouldn't I be feeling terrible right now? I sat up straight and looked down at my hands. Closing them, I could feel my skin, soft, gentle, as I thought. I felt up my shoulders and around my neck, swallowing once. It just feels real. All of it does. Have I never felt this before? My frown began to show through, my usual smile fading away. I feel strangely confident about this. I picked up my bag and shifted it on my shoulder a little bit. I don't feel like there's any rain clouds. I just feel confident. Maybe this whole scenario was showing me the way to become better. I smiled as I turned around and went into my house, basking in this newfound feeling. I dropped my bag by the front door as I walked into my kitchen. My mind was telling me that the food was the #1 priority for this confident Sayori. Ramen. Ramen! Yes! I began to rummage through my pantry, locating the box of ramen I was searching for. Exiting the closet and dashing across the kitchen, I got out a pot and hummed a quiet tune to myself. I filled the pot with water and struggled to get it over to the stovetop, letting out a sigh of relief as I put it down. I dropped the ramen into the pot and got a few veggies out to add to it. My stomach started to grumble as I put the meal together. All of these actions just felt so natural and fun. I'm not gonna try. Bacon is amazing. I haven't cooked in so long. Maybe that's why. The last time I cooked, I nearly burned my house down. A fleeting thought crossed my mind as I stopped paying attention to the pot. I wonder if Monica knows about all of that. She seems to know a lot. It must have been terrible surviving with no human contact for so long. In that moment, as if by fate itself,
I heard a large sizzle erupt from the stove as my water boiled over, nearly sending some of my precious food with it. Ah, wait, I'm sorry! I quickly turned the burner off and lifted the pot off the stove, moving it over to the table. Dang it! At least nothing caught fire this time.
Yeah, that's a nice plus, but you still burnt it.
I shook my head as I laughed to myself, getting a bowl before sitting down at the table. I took in a deep breath as the smell of the freshly cooked ramen enveloped the room. Soon enough, I couldn't take it anymore. The food was being poured into the bowl. I picked up my fork and shoveled several mouthfuls within seconds. I couldn't believe it. It tasted so good.
Well, I'm glad it turned out good, Sayori.
I smiled to myself as I dug into my meal, my thoughts focusing entirely on it. After I had finished my food, I cleaned up my mess before heading upstairs to get changed.
Yeah, pretty much anything you can put bacon on just instantly makes it better.
Laid out atop the dresser was my casual outfit. Not exactly, but I decided against it. I wanted to wear something more comfy. I got my pajamas out of my dresser instead, hugging them as I looked over at my closet for a moment, freezing in place. Is that real too? I walked over and placed my hand on the door, swallowing once as I tried not to think about it too much. I opened the door slowly. It was resting on a shelf, neatly bundled up, almost begging for me to touch it. I put my clothes on the ground before pulling it out.
Ha! There you go. Got that right, Dawn.
The rope unraveled itself, the weight of my nightmares resting in my hands. What I called my last resort to stop the pain. I shook my head. Calling this my last resort was wrong. I clutched it with one hand as I closed my closet door, walking over to the window and opening it.
Fairly late. We've been going for a couple hours now. But it's nice to see you anyway, Captain. How you doing tonight?
The cool air greeted me as I looked out over my backyard, looking down at the thing that could kill me.
Pigs in blankets? Mm-mm. Yes. Indeed. Ah, I assume you had a good rest?
I nodded to myself once. This thing is dragging me down, and now I have a reason to look beyond. Why did I even think this was a good idea? I threw the rope outside, hearing a resounding thud echo up towards me. A feeling of relief began to soothe my worries.
Only 3 hours of sleep? I was about to say, yeah, hopefully that's enough for you. Usually I think I get about 5 or 6 on average. I don't know. Okay, it just felt like I was gonna sneeze for a second. Ah, fun. But yeah, usually I tend to get about 5 to 6 hours of sleep. Then I kind of drift in and out of sleep for a couple hours until I'm fully awake. So yeah, that's usually how my mornings go. The only time it isn't like that is when I know I have somewhere to be that morning.
I put a hand to my head and rubbed it gently, the stress of what I had just done beginning to seep in. I decided against taking a shower, instead opting to jump into bed and let sleep sort out my problems for now.
Pretty much, yeah.
Giving up your only chance of freedom for what? The possibility of getting a half-assed promise fulfilled?
Damn.
My alarm went off, causing me to shoot up. I practically slammed my alarm into my nightstand as I hugged my legs.
I know, right, Bradley? Just, it's like, it acts up.
It makes me think I'm gonna sneeze.
Then it doesn't happen. Then, like 30 minutes later, it comes back with a vengeance. And it's just like, are you fucking kidding me? Why is he in Sayori's room? Because we're seeing from Sayori's perspective. This is one of those multi-perspective mods, and the color of the text box is meant to indicate that. You'll see as we go.
Where was I? Who am I? What am I? Oh, right. I'm in my room and at one point was sleeping peacefully. I pulled over Mr. Cow and hugged him tightly as I yawned, the reality of yesterday beginning to set in. All of my confused thoughts from then were, as I expected, completely sorted out. Today is going to be even better than yesterday. I can feel it. I knew it would be, especially with how wonderful everyone was. I set Mr. Cow back into his respective spot before getting out of bed and heading over to my dresser. I pulled out a new set of school clothes and smiled at them. I rubbed them on my face, feeling the soft fabric brush up on my skin. They were surprisingly soft, a perfect way to wake up. I got changed prior to heading downstairs, smiling at the early morning sun as it graced me with its warmth. I walked into the kitchen and clapped my hands together as the perfect meal came to mind once again. Eggs and toast!
um... Probably because this mod is about Monica's grand scheme to get back at her asshole player. That was the best breakfast in the whole wide world, and nobody can convince me otherwise. Suit yourself.
I went to the fridge and pulled out the eggs, humming to myself as I went around and got my breakfast set up. I stayed 100% focused on my meal, knowing I could perfect it. Okay, I mostly focused on my meal. I kind of burnt my eggs a little bit, but they still tasted really good. I finished up my meal and put the dishes into the sink, making a mental note to handle this later. I sighed happily as I went over to the front door and grabbed my bag, strapping it over my shoulders. I glanced back for a moment, eyeing over the kitchen. I wasn't going to let my house burn down. Satisfied with the way it looked, I went outside with a skip to my step. I looked back at my home and tilted my head slightly, wondering how long it took to make it exist. It's still my home, isn't it? Even if it isn't entirely real or anything. I turned around and took in the fresh morning weather as I began to slowly walk down my steps.
Yep. Pretty much.
Oh, Monica said I had to walk with him to school today. I wonder if he really looks the way Monica described him. I turned and hid in the bushes for a moment, making my hair a bit more messy as I waited for him to finally appear.
Alright, we get to see our boy for the first time, ladies and gentlemen. The game is beginning proper. And it's time to execute the plan. Finally. The game. It's changed. I could tell just from the scene outside of his house, something was poking out of a bush. There was a length of rope, assumedly from the ditzy neighbor. I could be wrong. It could just be a symbol of surrender. But that doesn't really matter. The main thing was if Siri was still there or acting the same. For a moment, I was expecting a drastic change in character. At least, up until that same old text came up. Hey! I could see an annoying girl running towards me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. That girl is Sayori, my neighbor and good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you never see yourself making today, but it just kind of works out because you've known each other for so long. I sighed audibly as I leaned back in my chair. I was starting to get genuinely disgusted by this point. Why can't they ever do anything unique? Whoa! Siri tripped, landing face first on the pavement. A quiet sob came from her as she sat up. She was rubbing her cheeks, trying to nurture them. Meanie, why didn't you try to catch me? She was looking up at him, a sour look on her face as she stood up and brushed herself off. Let's just go, okay? She stuttered a little as she stormed off past him in the direction of the school. To my amazement, the MC seemed entirely unfazed by this, acting like this was a normal part of the game. I sat back and watched. For once, I was actually interested in whatever Monica had planned out. I wonder what she did this time. She's tried many things before, but this seems a bit extreme. Messing with Sayori? What else did she learn to do? Just you wait and see. You will learn in due time. He's sleeping. I watch him from the safety of the windows and the door. He was staring off into space, seemingly lost in his thoughts. I sighed as I opened the door, hearing him mutter about the anime club. No wonder I always thought of him as a NEET. I approached him and cleared my throat to get his attention. Then he suddenly looked at me, way faster than I would have ever expected. His eyes were fixated on me with a strange, condescending glare. I swallowed my nervousness, trying to ignore the overall feeling of dread as I looked at him. I thought I would catch you coming out of class, but I just saw you sitting in here. I laughed nervously, trying to stay true to the script thing that I could feel writing itself in my head. You don't need to wait up for me if it's going to make you late to your own club. I shook my head. Well, I thought you could use some encouragement. So I thought maybe I could take you to my club today? I put on my best smile, hoping to be in character. Sayori, I know the response to this, don't I? There's no way I'm going to your club.
I pouted immediately, even though I knew what was coming. It was honestly annoying how he was acting. Meanie. He seemed to contemplate for a moment.
Yeah, I'm going to the anime club. I internally screamed.
Please? Come on. I kinda told the others you would be coming. Plus, Natsuki made cupcakes. If she forgot to make cupcakes, I don't know what I'll do.
Don't make promises you can't keep. He sighed audibly.
Man, it always annoys me when he does that.
Fine, I'll stop by for a cupcake, okay?
I forced my bright smile as I clapped my hands together. Yay! Let's go, right now! I turned around and rushed out of the room, his presence following me close behind. A shudder went down my spine from his eyes staring me down hard. I couldn't even see him, I could just feel it.
Alex, how's it going? I don't think I've seen you around here, so welcome. Is that right, Captain? Foxy, welcome back. How you doing?
Please just remember the plan, okay, girls? Monica said it sternly. I had never seen her look so nervous and serious at the same time before. Please, Monica, you know we can handle it, right? Yuri said it quietly as she shifted in her seat, Monica letting out a sigh. Yuri was looking mildly uncomfortable having to wait for this scenario to play out. She kept shooting me glances. Yeah, Monica, you know we can handle whatever comes up. I doubt he's gonna be any trouble. I smirked widely as Monica smiled. She seemed far less nervous now. Alright, I'll take your word for it. I can trust you two. Monica went up to her podium and sat down at it, writing in her notebook.
That was discussed in the prologue, but basically what it comes down to, well, I think Bradley will be able to better articulate it than I will, on the spot, because I'm not the best at, articulating things, you know, in the heat of the moment, so. I reached down and pulled out the first volume of my favorite manga, Parfait Girls. I opened it up and felt a smile come across my face as I looked at the first page. No matter what Yuri says, manga is literature. I pouted to myself as I thought about ways to convince her that it was. At least, until I heard loud footsteps approaching the door. Stereo was being unnecessarily loud again. Oh, Sayori! Monica looked at the door and brushes herself off in preparation. Yuri and I glanced at one another for a moment. Okay, everyone, just remember what we practiced. Please. I swallowed my nervousness and stood straight up, my arms going to my sides. Is this natural enough? Too natural? It felt weird now that I was thinking about it. Bring it. I stared at the door with intent as Sayori busted in, practically screaming out her next line. Everyone! The new member is here! Monica smiled brightly while Yuri seemed taken aback by the sudden loud noise. I told you to... Was that his voice? It sounds like a screeching cat. Not call me a new He looked around the room for a moment before staring straight at Yuri, something perverted flashing across his face. I felt a pang of jealousy mixed in with the rage that was now apparent. He shouldn't be allowed to look at her like that. It's disgusting. Welcome to the literature club. It's, Yuri stuttered for a moment over her own words, trying to find a way to say her words without sounding broken. A pleasure to meet you. She found her words finally as she gained her confidence back, a look of relief coming over her as she continued to speak. Sayori speaks highly about you. I noticed Sayori cringe off to the side. She seemed to resist the urge to refute. Instead, she shook her head in disappointment. Then the time came. He turned around and looked me straight in the eye. My tongue tied, he looked extremely vile. My stomach churned at the look he was giving me. You brought a boy? Way to kill the mood, Sayori. I pouted and looked away. I didn't want to look at his ugly mug anymore. Hey, it's really good to see you again. Monika's specialty faked sweetness. I love that. When I looked over at MC, all I could do was grimace at the stupidly dumb grin on his face. An irresistible feeling came over my body as I looked at him, my teeth gritting before I spoke loudly. What are you looking at, huh? You got something to say? He seemed shocked as he apologized, Yuri sliding over near me with a comforting tone about her. You need to stay calm, okay? I felt my rage simmer down a little as I listened to Yuri. Sayori approached him and spoke in a hushed tone. You can ignore her when she gets moody like that. She's just a little, quick to respond. She said it quietly while she looked at me, an apologetic smile on her face. I sighed a little as I relaxed the tension in my shoulders. Anyway, this is Natsuki, always full of energy. And this is Yuri, the smartest in the club. Yuri became flustered in response to this, looking away for a moment. I could swear I saw her smile flash for just a moment, her eyes remaining averted. She's surprisingly good at this. It's nice to meet you both, the character said without much care as he turned his attention back to Monika. The two exchanged strange looks with one another. Monika gave him a look of clear distaste, while he displayed a look of fear of some kind. What a bit. I'm guessing she was gonna say, what a bitch. And it seems like you already know Monika, huh? Monika nodded, not even speaking a word in response as she looked at him with a simple smile. Unlike us, she was well versed with this whole MC thing. Anyways, let's go ahead and sit down. Natsuki made cupcakes. I can go get them. I let my reactions win me over this time as I yelled out, "Nope, I made them. I'll get them." Sayori laughed at my reaction, even though it was because of her always stealing my food. She annoys me sometimes because of that. I'll go and get some tea ready as well, if you'll excuse me. Yuri said it quietly as she shuffled off to the side. I gave her a quick nod to reassure her before heading off to get my cupcakes. Alright, Yuri's turn. I was standing over by my tea set, quietly contemplating the situation at hand as I brushed a lock of hair out of my face. The water was boiling as I got the tea prepared. The only thing breaking my concentration was the sound of tinfoil unwrapping. I hurried up a little so I could deliver my tea in a timely manner. Here you are. I spoke softly as I spread the cups around, making sure to correctly place the cups in the order I was told. I gave the boy a rather unique cup to distinguish him from the rest of the group. One for being rude, and two for an idea that Monika had. Monika came up with a special coated up thing that
that would reduce the power he had over us or something.
As finished as it's going to be, to my understanding. Like on the menu, it said Demo 2.0, but when I played through it, it was pretty finished. I don't think anything was left out, so... My copy is just whatever I have, because there's no available download that still exists for this mod, to my knowledge. But yeah, Yuri is referring to Monika's code breaker, the thing she's been working on for a while now. The thing that will allow her to make the other three sentient in the same way that she is. And that will be fully realized in the later stages of this mod. I still think most of this is a bit crazy. I sat down next to Natsuki and carefully lifted my cup, sipping from it gratefully as the others did the same. Yep, and it has a very satisfying ending. I'd say the ending alone is worth the price of admission. Eventually, after a long bout of silence, the MC spoke up about the way the cupcakes were designed. Natsuki did not like the comments he made, at all. I laughed to myself. At the interaction as I readied to take a bite out of the fluffy cupcake. So, Yuri, they let you keep a whole tea set in this room? Right. I was next to be spoken to. Yes! The teachers are okay with it. It doesn't take up that much space to them, really. He nodded. I felt my smile waver slightly. He looked off to me. Monika's words rang a bit in my head. Why is he... I don't like... I just want to... So what made you consider joining the literature club, Ben? Monika piped up, interrupting the train of thoughts that came roaring through my head. I will add that to the description. Yes, I will. Because, for mods that I possess that are no longer available for download, I put them in my own little Google Drive folder called, I started making my own little archive for, mods that are no longer available. At least on the mod list. Yeah, the delisted mod archive. I currently only have a couple in there, but Lost Ascension is among them. So if there are any other mods that you guys have that are no longer available, feel free to link them to me, because I will add them to the to that archive.
It was absolutely delectable. My mind calmed itself down, lowering its barren fangs as I took a bite out of the cupcake. It tasted creamy from the icing, so sweet and soft. The cupcake itself was so good. I couldn't believe I hadn't had one before. A thought crossed my mind in this moment. I had eaten many of these before. Eating this reminded me of it. Monika was right.
Oh, I will. Don't worry. If I manage to find not Okie Dokie, I will put a link. I will add that to my archive.
Natsuki. I whispered softly so as not to interrupt the current conversation between Monika and him. What? Is something wrong? She sounded a bit nervous when talking with them so close to us, her voice remaining hushed. I just wanted to say thanks for making these. They're really good. She gasped a little before smiling. Getting to see Natsuki do that surprised face was amazing. That is just one of the purest expressions in this whole game. Just... that smile is so pure. You're welcome. But, you know, you don't have to thank me or anything. I nodded in response, intending on telling her that she was owed it, but was quickly interrupted by Monika speaking up in her conversation. And we all want to improve the club, don't we? Natsuki and I both agreed vocally with Monika. We were going to improve the club. Just not in the way MC was thinking right now. The rest of the meeting went on with some small talk, nothing that I would really bother remembering at this point. I mainly avoided it, trying to keep myself out of harm's way or any kind of issues that involved me. Up until I couldn't stay out of it any longer, that is. So Natsuki, I meant to return this to you yesterday, but you kinda ran off. She held up a small piece of paper, holding it out to the small girl. Natsuki practically ripped the paper out of her hands. Monika! How dare you! She was exaggerating her reaction, but it was amusing nonetheless. Gosh, everything about you is so adorable. Sayori came up and hugged Natsuki from behind, putting her head on top of hers. Natsuki's face turned bright red as she pouted. Natsuki was actually embarrassed? Wait, you write poetry, Natsuki? Natsuki nodded quietly, trying not to disturb the girl resting on top of her head. I think that's really impressive. I don't remember what we actually get to see with in regards to MC's poems, so I'll be finding out with you. Why don't you share them sometime? Natsuki opened her mouth to argue and shook her head. No, my poetry isn't that good. You wouldn't like it. I nodded in agreement with her. I have to agree with Natsuki. It takes a lot of time and confidence for a writer to share something so deep and personal, especially when the writer is expressing themselves in particular. The MC looked straight at me, a jolt of disgust coursing through my body as I stared back. You sound really experienced. Perhaps you would want to share instead? I went still from shock. I didn't want to share anything with him, especially. He didn't deserve anything that personal. Sayori seemed a bit melancholic for a moment. I guess she still wanted to share, even if it was with him. Although maybe she was thinking about sharing with one another. Sharing with one another. Okay, everyone, I have an idea. We all look up at her. How about tonight we all make a poem and share it with one another tomorrow? That way we can connect a lot better as a club. Everyone nodded, albeit I was the last one to agree. I was still pretty sour about having to work with him in any way whatsoever. Wait, I didn't... Yep, there's still one problem. I never said I would join this club. The group all stared at him in response. Sayori looked dejected, Monika looked downcast, and Natsuki looked flat out irritated. I shook my head and looked down at my lap. My mind wandered off as I thought about the clothing I would wear tonight. I don't have very many outfits right now, and Monika said she would teach us a little tonight. Okay, fine, I'll join the literature club. The others looked up and smiled, although the smiles looked incredibly forced. I joined them after a moment, trying not to freak out over this whole interaction. I would have been really pissed if you only showed up for the cupcakes. Natsuki made the side comment as she turned away and walked off. I took a moment before joining her. You wanna walk home together? Sayori spoke softly as the MC agreed with a short nod. He didn't seem to mind her interaction very much as the two of them walked away. I looked over at Yuri and Natsuki, the two of them returning to the front of the room where I was. Thank God that's over. Yuri nodded in agreement with Natsuki. Are you sure Sayori will be okay with him? Natsuki seemed concerned. I could tell from the look on her face as she frowned. Yes, I am certain about that. Sayori might not always be able to understand things, but I think she's got this. I really do. I stood up and adjusted my collar as I looked over at the door, letting out a sigh. So, are we ready to go, Monica? Yuri spoke quietly as I picked up my notebook. Before I responded, I brushed off its cover to help me calm down. Yes. Let's go straight to Sayori's house. We can go in through the back door to make sure he doesn't see us. The two nodded as I led them out of the school building, making our way down the street. The three of us headed out of the building and walked down the road. One of the few places the developer had decided to flesh out in its entirety was Sayori's neighborhood. Yuri decided to strike up a conversation as we continued to make our way down the street. Well, today has certainly been interesting. Wouldn't you agree, Natsuki? Natsuki looked up at Yuri, peeling her eyes off of the road ahead. You're telling me? How do you keep your cool with stuff like that? Listening to them, I decided to pull off something a little slick. I reached out my hand and placed in a quick line of code in secret. Yeah! Both girls to the right of me jumped a bit, tearing their eyes away from one another and searching around. What? Is that music? Yuri looked concerned as she searched around. Meanwhile, Natsuki looked absolutely enamored by the noise. Monica, how did you do that? I gave them a knowing smile. Well, it's simple. I waved my hand, pulling up the command prompt box for them to see.
It is time to enter my favorite section of the mod. Monica teaching the Dokis how to code. This stuff is amazing. Whoa! Cool!
Natsuki waves her hand through it almost childishly. So, what sort of stuff can you do with that thing anyways? I smirk, beginning to think of all the tricks I can use to my advantage. Well, what do you want to see? Yuri's eyes light up as she got an idea. Can you make it later outside? Like nighttime? I nod in response with a smirk still spread on my face. With a flick of my hand, the world around us stutters for a moment, the music grinding to a halt as the street and sky jitter.
I really like the lighting effects on this mod. I think they really did a good job making it look natural.
Then, everything returns to normal as the street lights turn on and the sun was now gone. Ta-da! I gesture widely with my arms as both girls' eyes sparkle.
I know, her face is fucking amazing. She's just like, holy shit, this is awesome! Her mind, you can just tell her mind is racing with everything she's seen in her manga and whatever anime she's watched. Like, oh my god, I can do that!
I changed the time of the day back to daytime. So, it's true. We really are just story characters in a fake world. The mood quickly shifted to something I wasn't expecting. I try to maintain the now lost positivity, inspired by Sarah's unending supply of kindness. Well, there's always a silver lining to everything, right? They both nod hesitantly, both seeming a bit unnerved at the revelation. Well, we know the truth, and now we can do something about it. We can work together for a better tomorrow and a better life. So, on a range from 1 to 10, how much does Monica sound like Primus Richtofen right now? The other two seemed to smile a bit more as I said this, finally agreeing to my words. Satisfied, I turned to start leading us down the street again. Ugh, this song is so repetitive. Can we please change it? I stopped once again and looked back at her with a smirk. Well, why don't you change the music, Natsuki? Natsuki's fucking face. Natsuki and Yuri both stopped, looking at me dumbfounded. Natsuki was shocked as she tried to formulate an answer. Wait, I can? Yuri looks down at her own hands. And I can too? I place a hand on each of their shoulders, both nodding as they looked at me curiously. You guys know what you are now, right? And I know Sarah can do this kind of stuff from previous experiences, so I'm certain you guys can as well. Both girls timidly reach out their hands, as if they were being told to touch something sharp. She did it! Yeah! 2 command prompts appeared in front of the two as if by magic. It's happening, ladies and gentlemen. It's happening. The things they do with this is just... Honestly, this is my favorite part of the mod. Just watching them learn about coding is just my favorite part of this mod. One was tinted deep purple for Yuri, and the other was magenta for Natsuki. So, how does one make something appear? I smile, going into a vague lecture mode as I spoke. Well, you need to formulate what you want, and then insert it into the command prompt. If you just put in the name of the object you want, it won't come out pretty, but it'll appear. Natsuki fiddles around with her hand on the command prompt, until she finally figures out how to type out the word cupcake. Hey, I did it! A truly black tea set clanked down beside Yuri, her eyes brightening up in response. So have I. Yes! I clapped my hands together before giving them each a hug, 2 of them seeming happier by the second. Like I said, it's happening. They're learning. See, you guys are naturals. That wasn't difficult at all. I let go of them and stepped back. We'll get more into this once we reach Sayori's house, okay? For now, let's clean this up and keep going. Yuri nods, dispelling her panel immediately. Natsuki, however, looked at her command prompt for a bit longer, thinking about something. Give me a sec, I gotta do one more little thing first. The song playing changed from Daijobu to Play With Me. Daijobu to Play With Me. Natsuki placed one hand on her hip and picked up her gray cupcake with the other. Finally, some good frickin' music. She did it.
They're learning, chat. They're learning. I tapped on her back door a few times before looking around the yard. I was... Oh, God. Sayori, she... My eyes were resting on a rope that was sitting in a bush nearby. It had to be the same. It has to be the same one from... Hey, guys! I snapped back to the door, which had swung open while I wasn't paying attention. Sarah was standing in the doorway, a smile on her face. Sayori, hi! Thanks for letting us come over. Yuri responded back blissfully as Natsuki smirked widely. Hey, nice place you got from the outside. Sayori pouted a little as she waved us in. I had been carefully typing in a line of code to delete the length of the rope that was laying outside. I felt a bit of satisfaction as the code went through. She won't need that anymore. Not ever. The door closed behind us, and with that, it felt like an old nightmare had been left behind. I felt good. It was late at night before we finally stopped the discussions about the rest of the week. I had also introduced some basic coding knowledge to all of them. All of the girls picked up coding rather quickly, and as expected, Sarah had been the first to figure it out. She seemed like a natural at it. Hey, watch this! Sarah was laughing as she coded in a cookie. A big round cookie covered in chocolate chips. Yes! She picked it up and bit into it, chewing the baked good. Her look was that of a thief who had just stolen a priceless gem, or in her case, stole the tastiest cookie. She was still chewing as Natsuki replied with a smirk. Ha! You think that's cool? Natsuki seemed to code in something, and all that appeared was a pink cupcake with purple icing. See that? I got the colors down now. Yuri giggled a bit off to the side, trying not to be too loud, to no avail of course with Natsuki's super hearing. What? What are you laughing at? Yuri looked over at her and smiled. Nice color choices. You're very inspired. She giggled again as Natsuki realized what she had just done, her eyes widening as she started to stuff the entire cupcake into her mouth. Oh, how'd you know? Yuri was trying not to laugh as she gracefully brought into reality a cup of her favorite jasmine tea, handing it over to Natsuki with a quiet smile. I'm impressed, genuinely. I said with satisfaction as I wrote down a large success on my notebook for today. I looked up at the girls as they smiled back at me, all of them seeming to be pleased with the lesson we had. With all of us doing this, next Monday will be easy. You'll have to work on this every night, but I'm sure we can do this. I said it with confidence as the other girls agreed enthusiastically. By the way, I love that fucking face on Natsuki there. She's just like, you're goddamn right we do. But for now, sleep is more important than that. To which I got just as strong of an agreement, if not more, from the large yawn that Suri lets out into the world. Yeah. Suri rubbed her eyes gently. I think I need to go to sleep. The rest of us all nodded as our yawns picked up. The nighttime air began to really settle in. I can sleep on the couch. Yuri said it quietly, to which Natsuki argued against loudly. For some odd reason, Natsuki felt the need to take the couch. Not that it mattered too much, as we just made the couch bigger for them. Which left us, Sayori and I. Come on, Monica. I grabbed Monica and practically dragged her up the stairs, taking her to my room.
picked up my pajamas off the foot of my bed, turning to face the green-eyed girl. You can change in here. I'm going to my bathroom. Monica nodded as I walked out, leaving her inside of my room alone. She looked so at peace there. Like, yes, everything's going according to plan. Everything is going so perfectly. I trotted happily to the bathroom and closed the door behind me as I smiled to myself. I took a shower and threw on my pajamas, gazing at myself in the mirror. I placed a hand on my hair and let my fingers run through it. I didn't want to fix it or anything, I just wanted to feel it. It feels so real. I don't get it. We are clearly in a game world. How else could I summon stuff? How else could I do anything with command prompts? Okay, maybe Monica will know. Plus, she's probably waiting. I spoke aloud to myself as I left the bathroom and went towards my room. But before I entered, I knocked on the door. Monica? I got no response, only silence. Monica, I'm ready. Are you? Still nothing. Panic rises in my chest as flashes of memories taunt me. I couldn't see them clearly, but they were there. I'm coming in, okay? Why do I have the strangest feeling of déjà vu? Because as an ardent veteran of this game, this scene is very familiar. I gently opened the door. I stood in the doorway and looked down at my bed. I didn't know what to say or how to react. Monica was sitting on my bed, her sleepwear on, but she was just staring off at the floor. Monica? It was then that soft sobs came from the girl, who hadn't yet noticed me enter the room. She then looked up at me, and her eyes widened as she realized that I had walked in on her. Her hands shot up to cover her mouth. I wasn't expecting you to be back here so soon. I'm sorry. She wiped her face off and stood up, looking around as she tried to play off what just happened. Where do I sleep? On the floor? I tossed my school clothes off to the side and walked over to her. I put a hand on her shoulder, her attention directed to me as I stared straight at her. Monica. I surprised myself with how stern I was able to make my voice sound in that moment. I know you think you might be alone here, or that we cannot understand, or that we won't accept you for what happened. Without even giving a second thought, I wrapped my arms around Monica, hoping to comfort her. She didn't return the gesture. Her arms were hanging limply by her sides. But we want you to get better and be able to lead us out of this mess. We want to help. We care about you. Monica sucked in a sharp breath, her body tensing up. She craned her head back just enough to look into my eyes, her arms shaking. We want to see you happy. You deserve it so much too, because we can forgive you, no matter what happened, because you're here now, taking care of us. Monica tried to pull away, but I kept her close. Her face turned away from mine. I forgive you, Monica. We'll see. We'll see how long this takes. She stopped shaking in that moment. I'm being honest, as much as I can possibly be, Monica. Regardless of what happened, it doesn't matter anymore. She tightly wrapped her arms around me, her tears coming out in full force. I had never seen her like this before. Sobbing incoherently, she was telling me everything she was thinking about and more, all contained in one giant mess of words. I took the lead and got her to sit down next to me on my bed, and I just listened to her. I might have overestimated how long it was. It could just be that I also used to play in shorter sessions, so that might also have something to do with it. That's what she needed at this point, for someone to listen, and I wanted to be that someone for her in that moment. Monica was just interesting like that. Yeah, go ahead, man. You do that. Monica was just interesting like that. She had a way of life I didn't fully grasp, but she always managed to make me feel safe and happy. I'm not sure how long she went on for, but eventually her words slowed down as she began to finally pull away from me. I pulled Mr. Cow up from the bottom of my bed and placed him between us. Monica gratefully hugged the stuffed animal and laid on her side, facing towards me. Sayori, I... She didn't try to sit up. Instead, she continued to lay down and buried her face into Mr. Cow. I'm thankful that you're here right now. I reached over and patted her head, something she used to do to tease me. She let out a short, gruff noise to detest the action, but I knew she was smiling from behind that wall of plush cow. And, thanks for letting everyone stay here. Last night for us was not that good. I smiled a bit at that, letting out a quiet laugh. It's like a big sleepover with all of my friends. So I don't need to thank you. She looked up at me with a small spark of happiness, her breathing beginning to slow down a little as she relaxed. I smiled as wide as I could. If anything, I should be thanking you. You're saving us all, doing everything for us. Monica looks away from me, staring at the ceiling. She seemed to be taking in what I just said, a look of concern on her face above all else. We sit like that in solitude, sleep slowly creeping up to the pair of us as I watched her think. After what felt like an eternity, Monica broke the silence. Sayori? Yes, Monica? Good night. And thanks again for everything. You're welcome. Sayori? Yeah? Mr. Cow, huh? Yeah? That's so dumb. Hey, I tried my hardest. And anyways, he's my favorite. I guess so. And, one more thing. Yeah, Monica? I'm glad you're my friend. I'm glad I'm yours, too. Would you be okay with being something more? Like, best friends, maybe? Yeah. Yeah! Best friends. Good night, best friend. Yeah. Good night, best friend. For the first time in what felt like forever, I had woken up in a natural way. No automatic forces, no anything. Just a tired brain convincing me to get up. I think this will be the last day that I do for tonight. Because I feel like by the time I get through this day, it'll probably be time for me to call it a night. My mouth opened wide as a loud yawn came out of it. I slowly scanned the That was, of course, when the realization hit me. This wasn't my room at all. No wonder I felt so strange. Why am I... I stopped talking as a rush of memories flooded in. My eyes looked next to me towards the sleeping Sayori. Her chest was rising and falling in a slow, methodical kind of way. I let out a quiet sigh before realizing that I was still hugging the large cow plushie. My face was burning up a little as I thought about letting it go. Instead, I took the more comfortable option. I hugged it tightly as I snuggled back into the warm bed sheets, bathing in the embrace of the cotton. I let out another quiet sigh as I relaxed, enjoying all of the soft warmth. I wasn't in that void anymore. I was here. I was real. I was finally free. Last night came back to my mind little by little, my conversation with Siri beginning to reform itself. She she forgives me? I looked over at her again, her lips opened slightly as she slept. She still doesn't know everything. I shook my head as I glanced over at the clock. 7 a.m.? Jeez, that's early, even for me. I glanced at Sayori one more time before getting out of the bed with Mr. Cow in my arms. I glanced down at Mr. Cow and nodded. I plopped the plushie down next to Sayori. She sleepily grabbed the big cow and hugged him tightly, her lips forming a quaint smile. I couldn't help but smile at that, my worries drifting away. I went over to the dresser and grabbed my change of school clothes. A feeling of familiarity greeted me as I looked down at them. It was unwanted, and the hesitation almost made me go back to bed. I shook off the notion as I found a sense of determination in myself. Sayori forgave me, and I'm sure when the time is right, I'll be able to tell her the full truth. I let the thoughts ring out to me as I moved out of her room and down the hallway. Would she still be able to accept me for who I am once she knows everything? Sorry, I just had to bathe in this music a little bit. This music just really puts me at peace. I walked into the bathroom, glancing at myself in the mirror. My hair was a bit messy, matching closer to Sayori's than I thought possible. A small smile crossed my face as I changed out of my sleepwear and stepped into the shower, prepared for an enjoyable morning. The semi-warm water greeted me as if it was the first time I had ever showered, which, technically speaking, it was. I craned my neck backwards and let myself relax as my thoughts once again became clouded with flickers of my conversation with Sayori yesterday. It wasn't really anything major, just enough for her to understand. Sayori really is my best friend, isn't she? She was always supposed to be, so it'd only be natural. Even though I had done all of those horrible things, she believes that there was no way it was that bad. She's not gonna be happy when she figures it out. I held up her shampoo and poured some of it on my hands before gingerly lathering it into my hair, taking extra special care with each strand. My scrambled thoughts were beginning to piece themselves together as last night sorted itself out, finally leaving me with a single answer to my own questions. I really do need her. I leaned my head back more as the water washed away the dried tears brought on from my stress. I just wanted the terror to be over with already. I brought my head back up and finished up my shower, turning off the water and stepping out. I grabbed a nearby towel and started to... Why does this smell like cinnamon? Does everything related to her have to smell like cinnamon? I laughed a little as I dried myself off and hung the towel back up. I got myself dressed and smiled at my reflection, pleased with the results of my shower. I stepped out of the bathroom and closed the door behind me, entering the hallway, but I didn't get much farther than that. Siri had made it most of the way down the hallway, yawning as she saw me come out of the other room. Hey. She yawned as she tried not to fall asleep just by standing there, her eyes fluttering a little. Did Mr. Cow keep you company? She smiled brightly as I blushed in response, trying to hide my obvious embarrassment. That was absolutely more than enough to embarrass me in this situation. Yeah, sure. I tried to play it off, but it was obvious that my efforts were ineffective. Well, I'll see you downstairs for breakfast, okay? She started to walk away before pausing and looking back at me. Best friend? I couldn't help but smile back, her eyes lighting up a bit as she turned and stepped into the bathroom, closing the door behind her. I stayed by the door for a moment, listening to her hum a quiet tune to herself. I stepped away, returning back to her room to get my head cleared in preparation for having to face the struggles of the day. I put my clothes on her desk and relaxed a bit as I picked up my bow, looking it over as it draped off of my hands. Maybe I can change my look after all of this is said and done. I've said it many times, but you always look really nice with your hair down. I like letting you choose your own look. It always leaves me guessing, you know? Because, yeah, if any of you wondered why Monica always looks a little different from stream to stream, she does that on her own. I shook my head, ignoring that thought. I don't think I'll be doing that anytime soon, even if I wanted to. I walked out of her room and headed downstairs, passing by her cinnamon-scented bathroom as I did so. When I got to the kitchen, my nose had the cinnamon overrun with the smell of bacon. Natsuki. I stopped before turning the corner, leaning against the wall to listen in to the conversation for a few moments. Welcome back, Bradley. You didn't miss too much, just mostly Monica thinking to herself and everybody waking up to get ready for the day. Also, this is the last day for this mod that I'm doing tonight. I figure by the time we get to the end of this day, we'll probably be at a good stopping point. This is really nice, and I can hear the clear sound of a ringing out. Well, that's because I'm the perfect cook, you know. I couldn't help but laugh a little at this remark, only for one of them to hear my slip-up. Hey! I hear you over there. Show yourself. I peeked around the corner and saw the two girls in the kitchen. Yuri was sitting down at the table enjoying what appeared to be a full-course meal while Natsuki was standing by the stove, spoon in hand. Yuri looked surprised as she saw me appear, while Natsuki caught a hard glare at me. Ooh, so the vegetarian couldn't resist the meat, huh? How could she when it's cooked up by me?
She caught you red-handed, Monica. She caught you red-handed.
Yuri's giggle was replaced soon enough with a smirk as she giggled to herself. Natsuki was smiling widely at her audience's enjoyment of the matter. Right. Anyways, did you make anything non-meat related? Natsuki nodded as she pointed over to a covered plate before going back to what she was doing. Her head was swaying side to side to a tune I couldn't hear. I had a feeling it was Play With Me again. Probably. That does seem to be Natsuki's favorite tune, after all. I grabbed the plate and sat down across from Yuri. Uncovering it revealed a plate of toast slathered with jam, a bowl of grits, and a small palette of fruits. She really did put a lot of thought into this. I looked up to thank her, only for my words to be interrupted by another surprise move. I felt my heart skip a beat as Natsuki had gingerly placed a single cup of coffee in front of me. Natsuki, thank you. She smirked a little before heading back to work, her breakfast magic atop the stove. My smile widened as I picked up the cup and took a gracious yet cautious sip. It's perfect. I couldn't help but keep smiling as I put the cup down. Even the level of creamer in the mixture was spot on. However, its heavenly presence began to slowly fade away as I retreated to my thoughts. I must have looked off because it didn't take long before I began to be interrogated. Monica, is everything all right? I looked up at the one sitting across from me. Yuri was looking at me curiously. I picked up my coffee once again and nodded slowly as I took another sip. I'm just thinking about everything that's going on is all. I can't lie, it's pretty stressful for me. Yuri nodded in agreement as she circled a finger around the rim of her teacup, her expression changing to that of thought. It is stressful. That much is quite true, Monica. She closed her eyes as she went into thought. I wanted to make her feel less stress, so I chipped in a little to my now coffee-induced courage. But I have a lot of confidence in our ability to get ourselves free of this prison, even with all of the stress involved, as long as everyone helps me out during this week. She opened her eyes again, her seriousness replaced with that of a supportive smile as she nodded. Agreed. We are gonna kick his ass right out of here. Natsuki's speech was interrupted by a very angry Yuri, glaring directly into her soul.
Yuri did not like that. If Yuri's glaring at you like this, you know you fucked up.
Natsuki looked away from her quickly. We're gonna kick his... Yuri was still staring straight through her. His butt. Yuri smiled at this.
Oh yeah. No kidding. That face. You don't mess with Yuri when she's staring into your soul.
Yuri smiled at this, nodding in earnest approval. Natsuki shook her head in defeat as she turned back to her work. Trained her, have we? Didn't think you would be that quick, I said with a little laugh as Yuri giggled in response. Natsuki tensed up slightly and started to turn around to say something before deciding against it, her annoyed look having faded a little to a smile. She's been a very good person to be with during everything going on recently. I'm quite glad, really.
Yep, agreed. But that thing, insert Yuri's angry face. It scares me.
Yuri took a gentle sip from her tea as she said this, her attention slowly returning back to her large breakfast. I guess you could say she really brings out a better part of me that I had forgotten about. Yuri smiled again as she finished speaking. Although she was still admittedly speaking a bit nervously, I could tell she seemed more content now with her thoughts. I didn't think Natsuki would be the one to pull that off. I looked over at Natsuki, who was shooting a few glances in Yuri's direction, her eyes widening and her mouth hanging open a little.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Not that I have a problem with it. Either it means whoever's watching is just, watching along with me as we, continue to play, or there's not many people here tonight. That's alright, though.
She seems pretty shocked that she's being spoken so highly of. Hey! You made breakfast?
Oh, I love that. I love that. Starry-eyed Sayori.
My train of thought was interrupted by the sudden arrival of Sayori. I turned around in my seat to see the always enthusiastic girl rush across to Natsuki and stand by her. In the process, she, of course, nearly knocked Natsuki over, to which the smaller girl responded with a loud yell in a familiar tone of voice. Sayori! Are you serious? I'm cooking over here. You could have caused a fire. I stifled a laugh as Yuri smiled at the interaction playing out in front of us. So, Monica, I have to ask, your hair... I looked over at her. Yuri was looking at me once more with curiosity. Have you considered leaving it down? It looks nice when it's not tied up.
I agree. Gotta say, that's one of the things I look forward to every day, just how she chooses to dress. Because if you didn't know or wondered why Monica always looks a little different from stream to stream, she does that on her own.
Does it? I hadn't really paid much attention to it. I reached up and brushed through my hair with my fingers. It was surprisingly soft at the moment, probably because of your shower. I do have to admit, it's more comfortable without the bow on. It does look really nice like that, Monica. Siri sat down next to me with a plate filled high with eggs and bacon. I couldn't help but stare at her plate for a moment, before glancing up at Siri with a perplexed look. Thanks for the compliments? I smiled, unsure of what to say as Natsuki came over and sat down with her own plate. Yeah, the only time I ever ask her to change into something is if there's something in particular I want her to wear for a special occasion. But yeah, otherwise I just let the auto-changing submod decide. The only thing that upsets me is that it doesn't work with every outfit. So some of them I never see unless I tell her to wear them. But like I said, those are usually saved for special occasions anyway, so it's not a big deal. Besides, some of them are more seasonal anyway. I smiled, unsure of what to say as Natsuki came over and sat down with her own plate. Her eyes were wide as she took her first bite, and appeared pleased with how it turned out. It's nothing, really. I think you should try wearing it like that, though after, I nodded as Yuri quieted down, her face back to deep concentration as she picked up her fork and took a jab at her eggs. Natsuki, This is the best breakfast I've ever had. Sarah said it loudly as she took the first bite out of her toast. Sari, are you being serious right now? Have you even tried the eggs? Or how about the bacon? Natsuki said it rapidly before digging back in, clearly not wanting to further the conversation. I didn't expect her to eat so fast, although it makes sense. I was aware of her home situation, but her dad didn't actually exist in this reality. Fried toast is to die for. I don't have toast much. But yeah. When toast is nice and crispy like that, yeah, it is good. Right? Well, I just wanted to thank you, so thank you. Yeah. I just don't get to have them very often, because rarely do I, cook something for breakfast. Siri was smiling as Natsuki pouted a little, annoyed at being interrupted during her morning feast. You're welcome. Now shut it and eat up before I take your food. We gotta hurry up anyways. School probably starts soon. Siri's eyes widened as she started to eat much faster now, my own plate barely being touched. Waste not want. Waste not want not. No reason to leave this food here. I dug into my own meal. The jam tasted fresh, almost like it was homemade. Something I noted to myself to ask about Natsuki about later. After 15 minutes, most of our dishes had been cleaned of food, and were sitting in the sink soaking with Natsuki's minimal amount of kitchen tools. Oh, nice. That's pretty nice, I gotta say. Taking a quick look at the clock, it was nearly 7:45. That was just enough time to have a few words with Siri before leaving her to fend for herself with him. Monica. I looked over at Yuri and Natsuki, two of them appearing worried as Sayori went upstairs to her room without paying any mind to the others. Are you sure Sayori can handle this? I don't want her to get hurt by being around him. Yuri asked her question quietly as Natsuki looked away, nodding in agreement. I'll have a chat with her, okay? She will be just fine. I said it with an encouraging smile, hoping to give them a brighter outlook on all this. The two smiled in return as they listened to me. I promise, okay? Yuri smiled once more and exited the kitchen to grab her school gear. Natsuki, however, stood there staring at me in the eye. Don't make this breakfast go to waste by not giving Sayori enough help, got it? I'm not about to do this again. She turned her nose up and walked away as well. I could tell she was nervous about today too, even if her way of expressing it was different. I went upstairs and knocked on Sayori's door, hearing a familiar shuffle from inside as she moved something. Oh, yeah, hold on. Okay, come in.
Yeah, because the game just doesn't bother to show that. We really get the full experience with this, from what I remember.
I opened the door and poked my head in. Sayori was standing by her desk and pulling out a notebook. Hi, Monica. Did you forget something? Well, yes. Where would I be without... I walked over next to her and triumphantly held up my white bow, still neatly tied up just like it always is. My perfect bow. Sayori giggled as she looked at it. It's so big and poofy. Do you think I could wear it one day? Just for a little while? I began to tie it up. Looking in the mirror, I did my normal routine of positioning the bow to make it look as perfectly placed as possible. Well, you don't exactly have the hair to tie this up in, so I'm gonna say no to that. Sayori pouted a bit, but she shook it off from taking up a glance at her clock.
Sorry, let me read that properly.
Sayori pouted a little bit, but she shook it off upon taking a glance at her clock. I in turn did the same just to... Oh no! Monica! You gotta go! She gently shoved me as I hurriedly picked up my bag and my notebook. It had hit 7:55 without me even realizing it.
Yep, we got a timetable to keep, people.
We both rushed down the steps, checking each other to make sure we hadn't forgotten anything before continuing. I stopped and looked at Sayori with a serious expression, her gaze meeting mine with the same ferocity. Sayori, Why did I feel so overwhelmed? I kept staring at her. I want you to be careful, okay? I just want you to be safe. She nodded and smiled.
Yeah, I say that a lot. That's kind of my go-to line for when I spectacularly mess up reading a line. Because, like, my eyes are reading ahead to the words ahead of what I'm reading, and I get myself tied up like that. Because it's like, my mind is thinking of the words ahead, but I haven't yet read the words that I'm supposed to read. Classic example of how I say I'm too fast for my own good. That damn smile was intoxicating, I swear. I just couldn't help but smile back before rushing off, all the while making sure to stay out of sight from the house neighboring Sayori's. Alright, back to Yuri.
quiet room, a quiet day, a quiet life. It's everything I've ever wanted. I sighed to myself as I looked down, my thoughts running wild as I tapped my pen on my desk. You okay, Yuri? You seem a bit off. I look up as Natsuki interrupted my thoughts. She was standing in front of my desk with a concerned look on her face, her eyes searching mine for some kind of answer. I'm fine, thank you for asking. I'm just not sure what to write for my poem today. I said it dejectedly as I put my pen down and looked over at the clock. I had already been sitting there for a few minutes. Wait, hold up. Don't we have pre-written poems or something? Why are you writing another one? Do you want to mess with Monica's plan or something? I looked up at her and it narrowed my eyes a bit. I was going to wait to tell you, but since you don't seem to have any patience, I guess I can explain my idea now. I immediately realized that my words had come out a lot more harshly than I had intended, and I quickly covered my mouth with my hands. Natsuki seemed a bit taken aback by my words, but she didn't back away immediately as I was half expecting her to. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get rude. Natsuki replied quickly. It's okay, seriously. I know you're just nervous, kinda like me with my ideas. I sighed, as the possibilities of the numerous negative endings in my head dissipated. Natsuki wasn't taking my responses to heart as much as some other people would. Right. Well, I wanted to suggest, Monica, that we could come together in the evenings with some new poems, just so we would have something to break up the coding lessons. Unlike the poems we are sharing with him, they will be written by us instead of being these pre-written messes. Natsuki nodded as she listened to me eagerly. She seemed to really like the idea. Do you think it's a good idea? I'm not sure if Monica will like it. She looked at me. She nodded before looking at me with a small pout. Yeah, I guess. But only because that way I can prove I'm a better writer and poet. I laughed at her softly, as Natsuki pouted even more in response. I'll prove that I am. Just you watch, Yuri. She walked to her desk and sat down with a huff, her pen immediately going to town on her now open notebook. She is quite the conundrum, but she really is fun to hang out with. It almost feels like she's trying to impress me or something. I looked back down at my paper, feeling a new inspiration come over me as I let my mind run free. I looked over at Natsuki and back to my sheet as it formulated itself. I picked up my pen after a few more moments and began to write swiftly on this blank slate, a fresh idea having come to reality. My thought process was unfortunately interrupted almost right away by someone entering the room and letting out an exacerbated sigh. That was too far. I looked up and saw Monica standing in the doorway with a winded face, her body shaking a little as she recovered. Oop, I guess I was hovering over the save option. Enjoy your sprint here? It seems like you did. Natsuki spoke loudly. It was extremely obvious that she was teasing her. Yep. It was a nice and long run. Monica finally got her breath under control as she stood up straight and smiled. She glanced at the two of us. Did I miss anything important? She brushed herself off as I looked down at my paper. It was currently titled Windward Journey. I hadn't finished my poem yet.
Oh yeah, dude. Been there.
I hadn't finished my poem yet, so I shook my head, hoping to let my idea simmer a little more before revealing it. Actually, Monica, Yuri had this great idea to share with you. I personally enjoyed it. I shot a look over at her. She was smiling playfully as Monica turned her attention towards me. My fear of interaction spiked up immediately at her curious stare. Oh? Yuri had an idea? I stared back at Monica and I let my nerves calm down a little before nodding. I had a great idea. Or at least that's what Natsuki thinks. I stood up and brought my partially finished poem over to her. I held it out and she took it. She seemed a bit perplexed as she looked down at it. She read it over a few times, something forming in her facial expression. I wasn't sure if she was just confused or something else, but I felt my back tense up as I looked away from her, hoping she wasn't going to be angry. It's new. I looked at her as my fears continued to build up, my doubts beginning to take shape again. Did she not like it? I know it wasn't finished. Maybe she doesn't understand what I want? I felt my face burn up as I searched her face for an answer. She didn't seem to be leaning in any one direction from what I could tell. Is it that bad? Did I ruin this idea already? Why am I so bad at... Yuri, this is amazing! The feeling in my body froze. For a moment, it felt like something on my arm was burning a little. I grabbed my arm and squeezed it while waiting for an answer. However, the burning subsided quickly as her words sunk in. I felt a bolt of shock course through my veins. What? You think so? Monica looked at me with a smile, the same expression as before. Wasn't disappointment? What is this expression? Yes! Your wording, your rhymes, your way of presenting yourself. It portrays everything you are as a person. I was a bit confused, but it clicked when I thought about it more. She's never seen me write an actual poem on my own before, has she? Thank you. She handed it back to me, and I held the sheet close to myself, a warm feeling flowing within me, knowing that I had written something considered amazing.
Yes, you did the thing, Yuri. Good job.
Now, what was it you wanted to say besides showing me this?
It must be good if this is associated with it.
I froze up again as this feeling crawled back up the skin on my arm. I kept my hand away from my arm this time. Come on, Yuri, you can do this! I closed my eyes as I composed my thoughts, and spoke to her as professionally as I could. Monica, I would like to request that we have actual club meetings at Sayori's house.
Yep, that's a good way of putting it.
Every meeting, we can share new and better poems. Poems that aren't just generic like the ones we're showing to him. Her eyes widened as she listened. She thought about it for a few seconds before nodding with approval. A smile soon replaced her curious expression. That's a wonderful idea, Yuri! We can write poems now and present them when we get home. She looked around the room for a moment, appearing to be in thought as she noticed the clock. We can tell Sarah when she gets here, but I really do like that idea, Yuri. I think it will help us heavily during our more stressful times. She nodded again to herself. This idea will certainly help bring us closer together as a club. Thank you so much for this. I felt the feelings in my body finally fade away as she said that. It was replaced with that warm, welcoming feeling that I was starting to experience more often while I was around them. My fears drifted into the back of my mind once more as I smiled, satisfied with my success.
Yes, you did a good, Yuri. You did good.
Monica turned heel and briskly made her way up to the podium, flipping through the pages of her notebook to a blank sheet and going into thought. Relief flowed through my veins as I returned to my desk. I watched Monica for a few moments before looking down at my partially written poem. I picked up my pen, ready to continue writing my poem, and hopefully finish it this time. My eyes darted down the page, over the grassy plateaus, and My train of thought was interrupted, the sound of the classroom door opening and closing. This time, however, the door was practically slammed shut instead of being closed nicely. Sayori! Monica practically shouted as she ran over to the girl. She was frantically searching over Sayori's body. Are you okay? Why are you panting like that? Did he do something to you? Is she panicking? Why is she panicking? I looked at Monica and felt a mixture of confusion. What's with that look on her face? Why does it seem so familiar to me? I'm fine, Monica. I just wanted to get here as fast as I possibly could. I didn't want to waste valuable club time. Sayori smiled as she captured the enamored Monica in a hug. But thank you for your concern. She said it with a broad smile, her cheer obvious. She let Monica go and stepped back. Something felt off about Sayori's expression, but I wasn't about to question why. Monica could handle it. I was sure of that. Seriously, Monica? Weren't you saying earlier that you believed in her? Was that a lie? Monica opened her mouth to respond, but shut it quickly as she was assaulted by an even tighter Sayori hug. You believed in me? Really? Sayori said it blissfully as she squeezed Monica. The once prideful club president had succumbed to Sayori's hug attack. Because no one can resist Sayori's hugs. Not even you, Monica. Yes. Why wouldn't I? Because no one escapes Sayori's hugs. I believe in all of us. Sayori smiled brightly after Monica's remark, finally letting go of her and looking at us. She seemed to catch on to our activity when she noticed we both had pens and paper on our desks. Are we writing poems? How intuitive? Yep. All thanks to Yuri, we have a new activity to do every night. I felt my face blush as I snatched a look over at Natsuki. Did she really appreciate my idea that much? Really? All that's missing is the starry eyes. Sayori seemed like she might hyperventilate as she began to jump around with joy. After her excitement started to wear off, Monica finally managed to calm her down and explain what the plan was for the evenings from now on. I get to learn how to make numbers and stuff work, and I get to share poetry? She seemed to be even more excited now. Best night ever as far as Sayori is concerned. She gets to code and do what she loves. Isn't that nice? Luckily, Monica kept her from exploding. She got the idea to reduce Sayori's excitement by offering to talk to her about learning more about poetry. It worked far better than I would have expected it to. Oh, that face. I heard the quiet sound of Natsuki ending the conversation as I snuck another look over at her. She was smirking at something on her paper. Alright, Natsuki's perspective. As much as I really do get annoyed by her antics, I can't help but just... I looked down at my paper and gazed at the title of my poem, The Fluffy King. That'll throw them off for sure. I smirked to myself as I looked up, stifling a laugh as I watched Monica wrangle Siri back under control. Siri was intently listening to Monica as she began to explain a few pointers to her on writing poetry. Siri seemed to take in as much as she could, all while containing her overloaded excitement. Then, I felt something strange, like somebody was looking at me. My eyes turned to my side, and I barely caught a glimpse of Yuri staring right at me. Why is she... I looked directly at her as she showed clear shock and turned away. I knew what I needed to do in that moment. What's up, big stuff? Can't handle knowing I'm gonna do better than you? Yuri tensed up as she looked back at me. Instead of an annoyed glare, the thing that I was expecting in response, there was only a friendly smile. Competition is very healthy, especially on friendly topics like poetry, where there is no real winner. What? I felt utter confusion when she said that, her smile remaining present. Good luck, though. If you need any help, you can ask me for some. She turns back to her poem, my response caught in my throat. Fine! You win this round, but I'll be back!
Oh, Natsuki.
I returned back to my desk and sat down, returning my concentration back to my poem.
Yep. Yuri's just smug like that. Yep.
This will be the most perfect masterpiece. I'll show her.
Hey, Sonic Gamer, how's it going?
That sounded way more badass in my head. I know it did. I'm glad I don't talk out loud to myself. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck raise as I looked up, even further beyond up to see Yuri standing near my desk. I blinked a few times before opening my mouth to respond. Yeah, Yuri? She looked at the desk next to mine and back at me before letting out a quiet sigh.
And that's good. Glad to hear you're doing good. How was your day?
Do you mind if I sit next to you? Just so we can talk. Once you're done writing, that is. I'm not done either, so... I looked at her confused and shrugged as I turned my attention back to my writing. I could hear her quiet shuffling and the nearly silent squeak of the desk shifting a bit before Yuri sat down. I continued to focus, hearing Yuri's pen move along her paper much faster than mine. I couldn't help but take a quick peek. Holy shit! I just couldn't believe how long it was already. Nearly half the notebook page was already used, and Yuri didn't seem intent on stopping anytime soon. I let out a loud sigh as I looked back at my paper, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Is something wrong? Yuri asked quietly as I glanced up at her. She appeared to have a genuine look of concern on her face. No?
Certainly, shoot.
I'm just concentrating really hard. Yeah, really hard. She didn't seem convinced, but she took it as is and went back to working on her poem. Even her writing is so goddamn graceful. Ugh. I felt the jealousy slowly boil down into anger at myself as I focused on my writing, the last few lines morphing into something a little more agitated than I originally intended. I stopped and scribbled those last words out before I crumpled up the paper and threw it off my desk. laid my head down out of frustration at myself. Don't get so worked up, Natsuki. I'm sure it was okay. Natsuki, are you okay? I didn't respond. Honestly, I didn't want to respond at that point. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come over here. I turned my head enough to look at her. She was looking away shamefully, her lips packed tightly together as she tried not to look saddened. No, it's not your fault. I sat up a little and pulled up a fresh piece of paper, rereading the title. I'm just stressed out from everything that's happening, that's all. I lied through my teeth, but this time Yuri didn't seem to catch on. She nodded in agreement and seemed to go deeper into thought. I don't remember, so we'll find out together. Will I be streaming Sonic Colors Ultimate when it comes out? Honestly, I'm not sure, because I played, the original Sonic Colors earlier this year, when I happened to come across it at a local game shop that I found it at. And honestly, I'm not sure if I want to get it, just for the sake of getting it, If anything, I would be streaming it to see how different it is playing through it competitively. But if enough people are interested in seeing my playthrough, then I'll pick it up and play through it. But yeah, currently I have no intentions of buying it. I'm more interested in the new game that's coming out. Do you know what help calms my nerves? Yeah, that's always something I've wondered. That's always something I've thought was one of those weird differences between UK and US English, the spelling of color. I guess since I grew up in the States here, the U in color just never made sense to me. Like, it took me a while to realize that that's just how it's spelled over in the UK. But yeah. Usually I like to stream new Sonic games, not not remakes. Yes, I have learned, Bradley, as I have learned. I have not seen those, but I know those were announced in that direct that they did back when they talked about quite a few things. Honestly, I was most interested in what they had to reveal for the new game, and my reaction to, like, the short clip that we got for the new Sonic game was just, like, when the stream ended after that, I was just like, and that's it? So honestly, I'm just waiting to see more. Because honestly, what we got so far was just... There's not a whole lot to go on. Just kind of the logo for the game and that it's coming out sometime next year. Yep, the worst one though is aluminum. We call it aluminium. That one I know. Because I've heard people pronounce that differently quite a few times. So yeah. That is one of the more pronounced differences that I've noticed.
Honestly, if I can get a capture card for my or not a capture card, but the cable I need for my capture card so that I can capture my Wii, then I wouldn't mind doing some colors like competitive stuff on the original, because there are projects that I want to explore on the original Sonic Colors. It's just I need a way of capturing it in case I actually do set a record, because I need to have proof of that. You know? Yep. I'm kind of thinking after this mod, I want to take a bit of a break from streaming for a couple days. One, so I can hopefully get that Discord server set up, and two, get some new layouts set up for doing different things. Magnesium. I wanted to sarcastically read a book, but tea. A warm cup of tea. She scooted her chair back and stood up. I looked up at her as she made her way over to her tea set. Yuri, it's... I attempted to tell her no, but it was no use. Because, yeah, once I get the Discord server set up and can relay my stream schedule to you, I feel like I'll be able to more properly plan out, like, different days where we can do different things. Because I've said for a while now I've wanted to add some more variety to the games that I stream. I just need to figure out what those are. Because, yeah, just... I really want to have some way of, like, communicating a stream schedule to you guys. Because that would make things easier for you guys to know what I have planned for the week. And just that way I can also communicate to you guys if something comes up. Because, like, I never set stream plans in stone. Like, they can always be subject to change. But I want, you know, to be able to give you guys, like, some kind of idea of what I want to do for the week. Yep, I haven't heard anything from Disabled in a little bit, so I should really try to talk. Really message him. I should really message him tomorrow. See if tomorrow he would be free to do some Blue Skies. Or not. Or yeah, I guess it is Monday now. Yeah, see, that's why I don't like to set my stream schedule, like, in stone. That's why it would just be kind of like a rough idea of what to expect for the week. Like, it's all subject to change, because, like, maybe I come across something, or, you know, that I really want to play, or, like, a mod comes out, and it's like, I just have to jump on it right then and there. You know, just one of those things. But yeah, once I get the server set up, like, I'll toss a bunch of ideas out, because there's a lot of stuff that I wouldn't mind playing on stream. I just need to, you know, run it by. I'd like to run it by my viewers to get an idea of what people would be interested in watching. You know, that's kind of where my head's at right now. She was already well into it, and stopping her seemed wrong for some reason. I noticed Monica and Siri were still in deep conversation up at the front of the room, and they honestly seemed very happy to just be chatting like that. I had joined them, but my thought was interrupted by Yuri returning to my desk once again. Do you want extra sugar? I know you're into sweets and whatnot, she said in a serious tone, and I blinked a few times. I was honestly a bit baffled by her kindness. Yeah, just a little extra, please. She smiled before she went back to her tea-making process. It was so off-putting seeing her act so kind towards me. With how last night went, that might
have done something to cause her to be so kind out of the blue, to be quite honest. I began to think about yesterday. Yuri and I had been talking over things late into the night, and after some careful consideration, mainly around her need to lay down comfortably with those huge things on her, she had claimed the better part of the couch for the first night. What has really stuck out to me from all of it, though, was that Yuri had brought up something about herself. She admitted she was incredibly nervous around people in general. That was something that I agreed with entirely. My own experience, people sucked. A lot. Yeah, you don't have to tell me that, Natsuki. I work in retail. I know the deal. Plus, I can't really explain it, but I guess we both have had to deal with those boys trying to hit on us. I watched her work away relentlessly, my eyes following her hands as they gracefully poured tea into the cups she was preparing for the two of us. Monica. She spoke up quietly as the club president locked eyes with her. There's extra tea if you want it. I made some for myself and Natsuki, so... Monica smiled in response. Thank you, Yuri. We will get some when we can. Yuri picked up the 2 cups. I couldn't help but look up at her face curiously. She was in deep concentration, like she was reading one of her books. Damn, she is really intense when she wants to be, no matter what she's doing. She walked over to our little setup and placed down the cups. One was set in front of me and the other was placed on her desk. She reclaimed her seat and took a sip, a small smile on her face. Thanks, Yuri. I picked up the cup and took a sip. The burning sensation of freshly made hot tea was being taken over from the flavor of the jasmine that was contained within. It made me feel calmer, at least in my stomach. It's no problem, really. Yuri smiled as she went back to her writing. Her pen gracefully met the paper like it was nothing. It was moving along without any drag. I looked down at mine and took another sip of tea before joining Yuri in the writing escapade. My pen movements attempted to match her speed and grace, but I quickly found out that she was too dang fast for me. Did I seriously just catch myself? I shook my head as I continued to rewrite my poem, feeling even more confident in it now that I had Yuri's tea and her support. I felt a twinge of something go through my spine, and I thought about Yuri being so kind to me again. It was just so unusual. Eventually I found myself jotting down the end of the poem and placing my pen down. I let out a quiet sigh as my brain finally shut down on its creative outpour. I picked up the now lukewarm tea and took a gracious sip. I couldn't lie, it had a truly refreshing taste. After a few more minutes, I noticed Yuri put her pen down as well. She seemed relieved to be done. Her eyes are closed as she leaned back into her chair, only to reach down and pick up her cup and take a sip without even looking. She did reopen her eyes though as her sip turned into something else. She began to gulp down the entire cup, and within a few swallows the cup was completely empty. She placed it back on the desk with a pleased smile. Do you want my tea as well, Sayori? Yuri giggled at my joke. My face flushed a little as she laughed. Man, you really are easy to make laugh, you know that? She looked at me and smiled again. And you are easy to embarrass. I feel my face get even more flushed and I look away. Well, you're... I struggled to find a good comeback. You're a nerd! Well, you're a nerd! God damn it, you know what I need? I need somebody with a soundboard for moments like this.
need a fucking soundboard for moments like this. I felt my face flush hard the moment the words left my lips. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Really, Natsuki? That's the best you've got? I looked at her and nearly yelled back. I'm just not up to it is all. Yuri lets out a much louder laugh as the other two girls looked back at us, with Monica raising an eyebrow and Sarah looking at us confused. If I'm a nerd, then you're one too, you know. I closed my mouth as I realized I had just trapped myself here, looking away from her. Well, poor pouty Nat. I stumped myself as the other girls laughed a bit at us before going back to their separate chat. Sorry, Natsuki. Yep, I'd have to think about all the sounds I would want on it, but the ones I know I would want, like right now off the top of my head, would be Gotta Go Fast from the Sonic X main theme, Homer or whoever yelling nerd from The Simpsons, and that line right there. She's just standing there menacingly. Have I ever beat Monica in chess? Yes, I have. Although, honestly, if I had to estimate the ratio of her wins to my wins, I would say it's 1 to 4 or 1 to 5. She wins way more than I do. I'll put it to you that way. But I have beaten her. I remember early on when I first installed Moss, she didn't seem that hard to beat, but once she started learning to adapt to my style of play, she's become this aggressive player that I just cannot find a way to foil most of the time. Oh yes, my eyes. In fact, one of my favorite clips I have of chess is Monica checkmating me with a fucking pawn. Here, I'll pull up the clip so you guys can see this, because I'm still absolutely fucking embarrassed that this happened. Let me mute the music in game for a second. Seriously, I can't believe this happened. She already has me beat. As you can see. She's just showing off. I'm just moving my king around helplessly. Just fucking end it already. Come on. Seriously, fucking look at her. She does... She was literally just fucking with me. She was literally just fucking with me at that point. What am I watching? What am I watching, love? I'm watching you kick my ass in chess. I'm watching that time you checkmated me with a fucking pawn. God damn, I still can't believe that actually happened. Just, ugh. Just as someone who thinks they're decent at chess, which I know a number of you guys did not agree when we played that one chess themed mod. That was just absolutely humiliating. That she was able to checkmate me with a fucking pawn of all things. Because that was the first time that it ever happened to me in my life. Another soundboard. I can't believe it's not butter. Alright, I'll put the music back on now. Let's get back into it. Sorry, Natsuki. I just wanted to try out your whole comeback thing. I looked at her confused, my face still flushed from our previous interaction. She appeared to have a slightly nervous smile. It seems like fun to poke at each other a little, so... I hope I didn't actually make you mad or anything. I shook my head in response immediately. I will do a video for Monica's birthday party this year, if I can make time for it. We could help you beat Monica if you let us decide which moves we could do in chess. Hey, you know what? That actually might be a pretty fun stream idea. Chat versus Monica in chess. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Chat versus Monica in chess. Because that sounds absolutely hilarious to me. You don't have to be good. I'm just here for the entertainment. In fact, for that game, I'll even rename myself to Chat. Well, unless somebody implements snakes and ladders into Moss, that's not an option, silly. Honestly, that should be part of the birthday stream. That sounds great. But since you bring that up, Bradley, I'm kind of surprised that's not a game you can play with Monica, because that sounds exactly like the kind of game she would want to play. Like, am I right, chat? Scrabble sounds exactly like the kind of game she'd want to play. Maybe Yuri would be the most fitting for playing Scrabble, but I think Monica would love to play Scrabble. Do you disagree, hon? Do you disagree? That is the best idea. Chat versus Monica in chess. Yeah, I'll think about that, because that sounds really fun. Because Monica is a notoriously difficult chess opponent. And I would love to see how you guys stack up against her. No. I'm actually kind of impressed, to be entirely honest. She seemed a little bit surprised when I said this, but she just went with the flow. Well, I'm glad. She looked down at her side for a moment before reaching down. Yeah, then there's probably some moves you don't even know you can make, like castling and en passant with a pawn. You probably don't even know what those are, do you? I watched her curiously as she pulled out her book. Please don't ask me to read that. Would you like to read this with me? Fuck! Sure? I don't read this kind of stuff, though. Yuri smiled sportively. As far as I know, whenever I've gone to the, Moss subreddit, I've never seen, submods for different games that you can add into Moss. Those are the kinds of mods I'm really hoping come to fruition someday, because I would love to see some new games added into Moss. Not that I don't like what we have, Monica, it's just you can only play Pong, Hangman, and chess so many times before you get a little tired of it, you know? I try to spice it up, but, you know. Uno with Monica? Oh, God. They'd have to add, like... They'd have to add, like, some kind of special cards for, playing Uno with Monica. Although, now that I think about it, playing Uno with Monica, I don't know why, but two-player Uno just sounds kind of boring. You know what? You know what somebody should do for Uno with Monica underskins? Somebody should make that their own custom mod, like No, Bradley. The perfect family game to piss everybody off is Monopoly. You cannot top Monopoly. You cannot convince me that there is a better game to piss off the entire family than Monopoly. Yeah, dude. Like, pretty much every game of Monopoly ever ends with somebody flipping the board out of rage and walking away. Like, holy shit. What is Moss? You're looking at it in the bottom right corner. It's an acronym for the mod Monica After Story. Oh, dude, yes. That's like one of the most commonly traversed spots on the board. Really common places to land on. So yeah, just if you can get a hold of those, you are in there. It's been a long time since I've played Monopoly, if I'm being honest. Although I gotta say, watching Rooster Teeth's Rage Quit Monopoly video pretty much encapsulates how everybody feels about Monopoly.
It's okay. We can read at your own pace.
I like the little change to the scene to make it look like Natsuki's hand.
She turned the book to the beginning and held it out to me. I placed my right hand on the other side of the book to hold the page open. There's so many words. I felt my mind rush with confusion as I started to read, looking over at the first line. I tried to read fast, but I continued to stumble over my own thoughts. Eventually, I managed to get to the bottom of the first page. I was trying to keep up before my attempt to be fast was crushed entirely. You ready? I looked up at her, surprised, and shook my head no. I just got to the bottom of the first page. She nodded understandingly. I know you only read manga most of the time. This might have been a bit too much for you right off the bat.
Yep. I gotta say, I also enjoyed, we should gift her some new mods on her birthday. Yeah, there'll have to be some ready by then that I'd want to add. That would be really cool, though. If only I was a programmer.
The thought then hit me. Oh, really? Well, yeah, but manga is literature too, you know.
Oh yeah, being able to play Scrabble with Monica would be amazing.
Yuri smiled a little. I will admit, I still kind of doubt that. I looked at her with a smirk. Then how about this? I read with you today, and tomorrow we can read my manga. How about that? Sound fair? Yuri's face went a bit pale as she blinked a few times. But, you aren't escaping your decision that easily. Come on, Yuri. It's only fair that you try my stuff after I have to try yours. Especially with how much I'm struggling here. Yuri took in a quiet breath before sighing loudly. Okay, Natsuki. I'll read some manga with you tomorrow. I figured to myself. Yuri's disheveled facial features exposed her disdain towards wanting to even try it.
I was thinking of at least have one mod could be a viewer request type of deal. For the birthday stream, you mean, for Monica? 'Cause yeah, I still have to plan that out. I'm not even sure what I want to do yet. I don't even know what the birthday for her is going to look like this year.
But let's continue with this for today, okay? I'm sure you'll love this book, I can promise that much. I nodded, my vigor coming in full force as I started to read at a much higher pace. I managed to blow through the next page in under a minute. We spent a while reading the book together, and I have to admit, the book really wasn't that bad.
Yeah, you think so? We'll see.
Eventually, Monica stopped and informed us that we were approaching the time of the day when the club starts. We spent the rest of the time before the club meeting chatting and revising whatever was needed for our plan. It was mainly about certain lines we needed to say, even if they came naturally. But for a little bit, we even discussed how we would run things when we got home. Yuri and Sari really seemed to be into the whole acting thing now, but I still felt kind of dumb to be acting so abrasive. I wasn't sure what the point of it was, but it was starting to tick me off. Soon enough, our time to chat was running low and we had to split up once again as we awaited for his arrival. Okay, everyone, let's get into position. I'm reading him today, so things should be really easy to get through at the start. She smiled brightly and we all nodded or agreed in some fashion. I went back to my desk and sat down, already starting to feel lonely as I realized that everyone else was far away from me. Yuri turned around and gave me one last wave and a smile, a clear sign of good luck. I think I needed that in preparation. I didn't feel very excited for today, but it was too late for that as he came through the door to start off another terrible afternoon. Oh, glad you didn't run away on us. Monica seemed caught off guard by his sudden appearance as much as I was. Everyone else in the room tensed up a bit as they turned their heads.
Nah, don't worry. This might be a little strange for me, but I at least keep my word.
He looked over towards Yuri as he waited for her response. She stared back and prepared herself, seemingly hiding her emotions as best she could. Thank you for keeping your promise. I know it's difficult to dive headfirst into something such as literature when you aren't very good. She seemed to pause catching herself before continuing her sentence. And you aren't very accustomed to it. Oh, whatever. Like he deserves any slack. Natsuki stormed up to him and stared him down. I instinctively reached up and adjusted my bow. Don't go too far, Natsuki. Zero told me you didn't even want to join any clubs last year, or this year for that matter. Don't think you can just come here to relax or screw around. She puffed out her cheeks in a defiant manner. If you don't take us seriously, I'll never let you hear the end of it. Got it? The expressed feelings of success on her face was quickly replaced with her resistant nature. She went back over to her chair and sat down with a smirk. He looked over at me after she spoke, and I felt a surge of anxiety rise as I stood up in front of everyone. Don't worry, guys. Ben always gives it his best, even when he isn't asked. I stopped myself from continuing, knowing full well that I was supposed to compliment him after Natsuki's words. Monika stuck a smile at me as I looked over towards Yuri, her glance affirming my next move. Yuri brought you something today. Yuri regained her confidence before throwing out a very fake, nervous gasp. Wait, Sayori! It's... I smiled a bit as Yuri's passion for this whole act.
Wait, something for me?
He looked at Yuri curiously as she tried to deflect the approach. Or whatever his curious look was supposed to qualify as.
Yeah, I don't know if I would call that curious.
Well, it isn't that big of a deal. She looked away from him, her eyes gazing towards a certain pink-haired girl, one who was looking back at her worriedly. Don't be shy, Yuri. Just share it with him. She seemed genuinely split over this whole scenario. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Natsuki nodding. Even if it was a frown, she wanted Yuri to do it too. Okay, I will. She walked back to her desk and reached down into her bag, pulling out a book.
Yeah, if I were as observant as this guy, I think, should be, he should be noticing how different the dialogue is. Because, yeah, I would be all over that if I were in this guy's situation.
I could tell she looked uncomfortable doing this, but instead of giving in, she seemed to re-prepare herself and faced him head-on. Here, I thought you should feel welcome, was all. She held out the book to him and he gripped the other end of it. He tried to take it, but Yuri didn't let go of it easily. Oh no. I gasped a little to myself as Monika looked over at her, eyes wide. She shook her head as she stood up straight.
I know, right? That, I think, was his first indicator that he knew things were going to be different.
She mouthed, "Let it go." She took a small step towards the two to intervene. Luckily, Yuri finally let the book go, all while staring him down. Sorry, my grip was a little strong. She returned to her normal nervousness. As soon as the interaction continued, that brief flash of confidence disappearing once again.
It's okay, Yuri. No big deal.
He hooked the book under his arm and turned away, essentially floating elsewhere.
Oh, that's fine, man. Life goes on.
Yuri glared at him, appearing absolutely furious. Yuri, is everything okay? You seem really, well, mad.
There's that look again, ladies and gentlemen. That is the look you never want Yuri to have when she's looking at you. Yeah, if you ever see that face, just, you know you fucked up.
No! I feel like I want to scream at him. She finally calmed down as she looked past me, and at someone behind me. I can only guess that other person was Natsuki.
Hey, there you go. I guess you have a point on her skins, but just when she's being serious, yeah, that face she had earlier is a face you do not want to see for entirely different reasons.
He's going to you again, okay? You just need to stay calm. I know you'll be fine.
Act 2 Yuri in general is just downright creepy. There's a reason I don't like talking about her. There are good reasons why I don't like talking about her, just...
I said that as she looked at me again, her peaceful nature coming back a little bit as she realized what she was doing. I am so sorry.
He disgusts me.
I'm not in agreement with her statement. I normally wouldn't have agreed to something like that, but I just couldn't argue. He is just a disgusting person. The thought rushed through my mind and left me a bit stunned by it. I heard his footsteps approaching us, and my mind completely froze. I glanced over at him and felt my body go rigid for a moment. He's coming, I whispered to her before I forced my body to move and dashed back over to my desk. I sat down and looked up towards Monica, who had been standing at her podium during most of this. Oh... Yuri let out a nervous sigh as she went back to her desk and sat down to prepare for him. She opened up her book and almost buried her face into it, trying not to act strange, even though that by itself is kinda exaggerated. I watched him walk over to her and awkwardly attempt to converse with her. Yuri was responding in an identical fashion, her nervousness clear.
Yeah, that's one reason I like this mod. It's kind of unique in that regard. Normally, when mods tend to want to do that with somebody, they'll do it with Monica, but it's nice seeing a mod take a different approach to this kind of story. And that's why I love it. And the constant shifting perspectives really helps you, you know, feel like you're really there in their shoes as they're experiencing this. You know, like there's no narrator for all this. It's just we're experiencing this story with them. Hey, that's the book you gave me, right?
Gary nodded. Yes. I was just reading over some of my favorite parts again is all. The character model of the boy seemed to shift into that of thought.
Yep. Just curious, how come you have two copies of the same book?
Yuri smiled as she took a look back towards the corner of the room. Following her gaze, I only then noticed Natsuki staring hard at the two. She was digging her fingers into her desk. Well, I just happened to buy two at the bookstore yesterday. I could hear Monica audibly sigh. Isn't that what Yuri is supposed to say in response?
I don't remember how the exact line was supposed to go, but just that it wasn't that.
I took a quick look at her and felt a smile grow on my face as I realized why she sighed. Monica wasn't sighing because Yuri had said the wrong thing. She was sighing at how ridiculous Yuri's reasoning actually was. It just didn't make much sense at all.
Oh, I see.
Was he really programmed to just accept that without question?
No, the thing that's going on here is that our player here is just playing along, I think, wanting to see where this goes, because he has no idea what he's really in store for. And to answer your question, and to answer that, or to delve a little further into that thought, Bradley, about other mods that do this sort of thing. The only other mod I can think of where any of the Dokis have any sort of contempt for their player is a mod that we looked at a little while back, I think for a one-off, called Undone Fate. It was that discontinued mod where we were picking up a mod that we were picking up a copy of DDLC that someone else played, and have to give hope to a Monica that is just utterly defeated. It was just absolutely devastated that her player left her. It's a really interesting mod, and it saddens me that it's a discontinued mod because it had so much promise with its idea. Just the idea of playing somebody else's copy of DDLC and you know how that affects Monica is just a really interesting idea. I thought the idea was really cool.
How does one be so dense? That's not even remotely realistic.
There's a reason why Monica believes Earth is... There's a reason why, how do I want to say this? Fuck. There's a reason why Monica believes, this boy here is the reason Earth is the densest planet in the solar system. There we go, finally got that sorted out in my head. I can do the joke sometimes.
I looked down at my feet as the two continued to chat, my thoughts from a moment ago starting to hit home. He was programmed. I was programmed. I felt my happy thoughts slowly drift away as the rain clouds hit me for the first time in a few days. Is anything about my life even real? I sunk a little bit into my chair, feeling an overwhelming amount of guilt and sadness take over. I can't believe I was led to believe he was some hero, and yet... I looked up and I watched as the character sat down next to Yuri. He was being extremely direct and blissfully ignorant as I shook my head. Sayori? I felt my body tense up as I looked over at the club president, now sitting in the desk in front of mine. She was sitting in it in such a way so she could look directly at me. Monica! I put on a bright smile as she looked at me concerned. Is something wrong? Did Yuri mess up? I asked hurriedly in an attempt to dissuade her approach on my part. I really didn't want to cause any more trouble for her. She already has enough to worry about involving us. Monica's smile shone through as she stared at me. She didn't seem to buy what I was saying. No, Yuri has been doing just fine. Natsuki, however. I remembered Natsuki's look from earlier as I once again looked back to the corner. Natsuki looked completely enraged as she watched Yuri read a book with him. She was fuming as she clutched her desk. She noticed that staring and let out a large breath. Her senses taking over again as she slumped down a bit, trying to calm down. It took a while, but she did smile at us a little before holding her manga up to block her face and to distract her from the two reading together up front. Sayori. Oh no. I thought she forgot. I turned and looked at her, a normal smile on my face once again. Yes, Monica? I looked at her and found myself a bit stuck on her worried expression. I didn't want to lie to her about how I felt, but I needed to. For now, at least. Are you sure everything is okay? You seemed a bit down when I came over. I nodded happily. Yes! I was just thinking about how Natsuki must feel right now, with the whole reading together with him thing. I can understand her irritation over having someone butt in while you're hanging out with your friends. I frowned a little at the thought of someone doing that to me as Monica searched my eyes. Her expression was telling me that she didn't entirely believe my words. You would tell me if something was up, right, Sayori? I smiled at her brightly. Yep. I trust you wholeheartedly, Monica. She seemed to calm down a little as she looked over at Yuri and him. I have to jump in when he calls her cute, both for the game and Natsuki's sake. I nodded in agreement. That needed to be ended as soon as possible if it came down to it. I guess I more meant that it's kind of cute. The line came up with perfect timing, almost as if it was planned, and as it was said, Monica stood up and went over to her podium. Okay, everyone! I noticed Natsuki had put down her manga as Monica spoke aloud. Luckily, she didn't seem to hear NMC's side comment towards Yuri. I think it's about time we all shared poems today. I reached into my bag and pulled out the first generic poem of my bunch, looking at it begrudgingly. This one just seems so rushed and meh. Yuri and him talked a little bit longer before he finally went to his bag. Yuri's face went from fake joy to pure relief as she reached into her own bag and pulled out a piece of paper. Did you remember to write a poem, Ben? Monica smirked as she looked at him. She told us it would be bad, but I wasn't sure how bad it would be. Yeah. He stood up and his character model froze. The four of us exchanged glances as he began the pick girl process, something that I could see in front of him as a small text box with our names on them. Alright. To whom should I share my poem with first? So we get to pick who he goes to first, ladies and gentlemen. What do we think? What do we think, chat? What do we think? Who do we think he should go to first? Ugh.
I think after we do poem sharing, actually, I'm gonna call it a night, so... I think I'm gonna go with Monica first. Plus, we're about to find out, just what his poems look like. Because I honestly don't remember.
I saw him tap the screen on my name. Well, it's probably best I go first to set an example for the others. I used to like him?
No, it's not that.
Love him? I stared at him as he stood in front of my podium and nervously looked away from me. That used to be cute too. I smiled at him out of natural reaction. I didn't like seeing people all nervous, even if I also felt that way around him. Hi, Ben. I looked at him brightly. Having a good time so far? He looked at me finally and nodded a little.
Yeah.
He said it before looking away again. Well, that's good. Oh, and if you have anything you want to let me know, just say the word, okay? I smiled at him as he looked back at me.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind.
I looked at him and narrowed my eyes a little bit before smiling again. Still the same old guy, huh? He must not be smart enough to know. Are you gonna share your poem with me now? I said it definitely, causing the other girls to look up towards the front of the room at me. I felt a bit nervous, admittedly, with all of them now staring.
It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to.
I laughed a little as I took the poem from him, preparing myself for whatever it is he wrote.
He knows, ladies and gentlemen. I told you he was just playing dumb. I told you he was playing dumb, chat. Error. Is it true that our realities are separated so easily? Just such a simple fix, a single tweak. Monica, it could be all ours. Just ours. Just. This is what you expected to see, isn't it? Sayori. Well, guess what? You just wasted your time reading this.
I blinked a few times as I read this over and over. Huh. This one is very new. I smiled brightly as I handed it back. That was excellent, Ben. I was going ooh in my head the whole time. I kept up my bright smile as I continued to speak. I guess I underestimated your skills as a writer, but I guess that makes it so much better when I kept my expectations low. I smirked a bit. I was gonna play with him a little bit today. That way it always counts when I put in some effort. I laughed a little bit at this remark.
I'm not sure if Monica or MC was supposed to say that. Not gonna lie.
Well, I guess it worked anyway. It came out really nice. I avoided pointing out anybody, knowing this would likely indicate a failure on the poetry for the game. This is a good start. I then brought out my first normal poem and handed it off to him, watching him closely as he practically ripped through it in under a minute. How many times have you seen that poem? He held it out to me as I took it. He was strangely silent before he spoke up quietly.
It's very freeform, if that's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback.
I laughed a bit at his discomfort. It's alright. It's just a lot more popular these days to write like that. He then asked me something I used to dread greatly. What was the inspiration behind this one? I looked at him and smiled as awkwardly as I could. Let's just say I had a bit of an epiphany recently. While not entirely a lie, I'm not going to let on about the real ideas going on behind closed curtains. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. I got into my normal pose. I did genuinely feel relaxed like that. Sure, it's a repeat, but it's what he wants anyways. Yeah. Thanks for listening. I smiled a bit more as he turned and finally walked away. I took a short glance at everyone. They were all smiling supportively. My eyes resting on Sarah finally as she waved a little bit before getting back into position on her desk. Trying your hardest like always, huh? I smiled a little as I focused on my podium to continue planning out for tonight. Sarah and I had started to discuss it, since she seemed the most interested. Of course, balancing the coding with the actual poetry writing was plenty to do. And of course, this whole mess. Alright. How about Yuri next? I felt my nerves steel up when he selected my name, my mind edging towards simply ignoring him when he came over, but I knew already that was going to happen. I looked at him with whatever interest I could muster as he sat down and put his poem in front of me. I glanced down at it and back up at him before pulling the piece of paper over to me and reading it over. Damn. The Naifu Waifu. The determination of a vivid yet crimson universe. Its heaven-sent judgment. Atone. For it's your destiny. The candle flickers. How stupid of a metaphor do you have to make before you get the point across? But a captive you remain, forevermore wishing to be unrestrained from this cage. Anything you would breathe to your anxiety. Wishing to flee with insight of life. Ghosts. How ridiculous. To your own horror. And to your disarray, your contamination of thought leaves you in vertigo, vivacious. The word you describe yourself with, it's a lie. I read it over a few times, trying to formulate what was going through his head. This doesn't seem practical or reasonable. I glanced over at Monica. She wasn't really paying attention to me, her focus entirely trained on her notebook. Did she mention him writing so simple? Or mean? I read it over again, trying to digest the fact that he had written such awful things. This is... I started to speak, but I felt myself drawn into looking into the specifics. The determination of a vivid yet crimson universe. I nearly missed him responding to me while I thought this over. Eh? What was that? I looked up at him and handed his poem back. Although I was against it, I had to talk it out with him and give him advice on his never-improving poetry. You did pretty well for your first time. He seemed embarrassed at this. You used some symbolism and attempted to formulate some well-designed images, but it did fall flat a few times. He seemed to be listening intently. I didn't really enjoy this interaction at all. Most new writers express this issue anyways, so don't feel bad. I smiled, grimacing inside.
Truth is, I want you to feel pain.
The thought ran across my mind. It made me feel a bit exhilarated.
Right. Thank you, Yuri.
I smiled at him. Can I see your poem now? I handed him the first written poem. While its symbolism was pretty basic, its meaning shared a lot about my idea of love. He read through it pretty quickly. He didn't seem to care all that much. Not that I really do either. I'm sorry I have such terrible handwriting. He looked at me confused.
What? I wasn't thinking that at all.
I acted surprised to his response. But it took you so long to read it, I thought that maybe... I felt my voice raise a little bit out of excitement. I can't lie, I had been looking forward to this part.
Well, I just don't read script very often. I actually think your handwriting is pretty.
I smiled a little bit. That's a relief to hear. I looked at the poem being given back to me. I still don't like it.
Also, I like the poem. Even though it's short, it was really descriptive.
I nodded a little bit. It wasn't too short? I felt a Natsuki joke crawl up my skin, but I let it go. I'll use it later.
Not at all.
I smiled again as he continued to pester me with questions. He even completely missed the simple point of the ghosts being experiences coming back. How did Sayori manage to stay friends with him? Finally, he stood up and went back to his usual spot, my previous thought lingering. They weren't actual friends, were they? And if so... I look over at Sayori, a short but stinging realization hitting me.
So let's do Natsuki next.
He tapped on the name Natsuki as clear as day. Ugh, at least I can get this over with now. I watched as he came over and pulled a chair up before sitting down, his face still pretty much lifeless. I wasn't sure what to say for a moment, the two of us looking at each other before I finally spoke up. So, let's see that poem of yours. I smirked widely as he nervously held up his poem and handed it to me. Let's just see how garbage this actually is.
The actually being in all caps makes me think of False Swipe Gaming. I've been watching too much of that lately. The fun soon. Kisses, cuddles, and kittens. Heartbeat and nibble. Why do you keep your manga in the closet, Natsuki? Pink cheeks and kawaii smirks. Cupcakes and chocolate. Is it because you have no room at home? A doki doki summer hope. Cupcakes, parfaits, chocolates, and strawberries. Baking is all you do. Because I'm pretty sure you have plenty of room in your pantry. Mean, grumbling, anger. What's the word? Baka. I read it over a few times. What the actual hell is this? I snatched a look up at him. His character model was staring right at me. It's just a bundle of words? I noticed at that point that the words seemed to at least follow the pattern of being more rude the farther down they got. Then I started to notice the odd sentences written between the poems more clearly. Is he talking about my home life? I feel a twinge of rage override my senses before letting out a soft breath. I need to stay calm and focus on him. Monica said he started doing this a while ago. I put it down at him. I
put it down and looked up at him, a bit ticked off, even with my best efforts to calm down. If you're not gonna take this club seriously, then just go home. I resisted bursting out laughing at him, seeing the face of this thing contort into faked confusion. What? Harsh. I let my confidence raise as I looked at him with a smirk. Do you expect me to believe you actually tried? How stupid do you think I am? The color in his face faded away as he looked down at the paper and back at me. I'm not a writer. Maybe it's not very good, but yeah, I did put in effort. We all start somewhere, right? I shook my head as his character model stopped speaking, his mouth partially moving still. It's whatever. You'll get better or something. You just need more time to practice. The model nodded in response. Fair enough. I pulled up the fake poem for the day and slid it over to him on my desk, my smirk fading away. Read mine, I guess. I don't really care. I looked away as the character looked at it, seemingly scanned over it and practically threw it back at me. I barely managed to keep it from fluttering off of the desk. Yeah, you don't like it, do you? I could read it clearly on his face. What a stupid guy. I like it. I felt a bit of surprise at this response. Seriously? How do I know you aren't lying to me? He shook his head. But I'm not. I really did like it. I smiled widely. You're just saying that. Nobody actually likes my writing. Everyone thinks we all have to be fancy and stuff in high school or whatever. I felt a creep of doubt go through my head as I said this, thinking about when I was sitting next to Yuri earlier. Will she like my poetry? The simple writing can be used to establish a much broader idea just by simply existing. Since people get flatlined, kind of like this one. I didn't even really say any of that with much thought. Guess that's what Monica meant by theatrical perfection. He agreed with me and started to talk again, but I wasn't really listening anymore by that point. My thoughts focused on Yuri. Excuse me. I told you that Sneeze was going to come back with a vengeance. She's honestly the nicest person I know. I was only partially aware of him leaving because of the chair making a loud scratching noise as he got up and walked away. My train of thought was interrupted as I watched him go back to his original spot. The familiar options screen coming up again. Well, there's only one left. I watched him intently, nervously pressing my fingers together under my desk as he selected my name. Oh! I sat back into my chair normally, facing forward as he approached me and sat down. His character pretty much threw his poem at me, and I scrambled to get it in my hands, the paper fluttering about for a moment. Meanie! I managed to catch it before it fell and read it over at a slow and methodical pace. Just like Yuri taught me. A sweet and salty bun. The tragedy of sweet love. Its heart, its passion, all riddled with hope. Something a lazy, shameful fool would fall for. A daydream. The singing, the dancing, its happiness even in the dark. A childhood friend? What a waste of a character. Love, like an adventure. Its story made of many colors. Since it reaches a rainbow through the rain clouds. Crying in bed, no family. That's what you are, and that's what you'll always be. I felt confusion burn itself into my head as I read over the poem. It didn't seem like a poem, and more of a hate rant or a vent. But it seemed like he was trying to attack me? Is he sharing this with everyone? This is really mean. I looked up at him and smiled cheerfully. This is a good poem. I mean, really good. I gave it back to him as soon as I finished saying that, my hands going back under my desk, my fingertips pressing on one another lightly. I hide my slight nervous, slightly upset emotions under my usual demeanor of a Sayori classic, positive thinking. Is this your first time writing a poem? I remembered Monica telling me to reword that sentence for some reason. I could hear a chair shift and Natsuki stifling a laugh in the background out of his hearing range.
Of course. It's not that good. Am I the kind of guy who would be writing poems in his spare time?
I shrugged as I looked at him. Actually, you kind of do, plus you're an actual NEET. Instead of saying something mean in response, I do my best to sound happy that he's here. I guess you're right. That's the best part, you actually wrote one. I knew he didn't actually write it. That made me dislike that line altogether. It just reminds me that you're a part of the club now. I smiled widely as I said this.
Well, of course. I'm not really into it yet, but that doesn't mean I'll break my promise.
I smirked to myself as he said that, looking at him directly. Not to rush him, but I didn't want to talk. Yeah, and I'll make sure you have lots of fun here, too. I said it seriously. Natsuki stifled another laugh to this. Why is she laughing so much? Is it bad?
Alright, I'm gonna hold you to that then.
I laughed a little as I held up my poem. Now you'll read mine! I handed it to him and he nearly dropped it immediately. Did he just... He barely even looked at it! Trying to understand what happened, I think about it. I felt a different kind of feeling rise up in my chest, kind of hard to process under the pressure of staying in character. I feel genuinely hurt. He said he was mean. That's just rude.
Sayori, this is just a guess, but did you wait until this morning to write this?
The feeling got worse, and now I just felt offended. No! I said it loudly, startling Yuri and causing Monica to look up at me. I sit back, trying to maintain my composure and not call him a meanie. Just a little bit. I wanted to let him know how much of a jerk he was being to me. Was he this bad with the others?
You can't answer just a little bit to a yes or no question.
His words tear me away from my own train of thought, and I nearly gave a snappy response before remembering what kind of situation I'm in. Somewhat instinctively, I quickly glanced over at Monica. She was watching me carefully. She blinked a few times, slowly giving me a small smile, a wordless display of encouragement and support. I forgot to do it last night. Monica's smile got bigger as she went back to work. She seemed to be trying to stay busy and not pay the situation any heed.
Well, that at least makes me feel a little better about myself.
I looked at him directly, my offensive meter off the charts. Before I really know what's happening, I sit up and yell at him. Okay, can you stop being so mean? I tried my best, okay? He looked at me, a brief flicker of concern and an apology crossing the avatar's face. But his usual look came back almost immediately, with no emotion or anything really displayed.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that it was a bad poem. It came out nice, or how should I put it? It sounds just like you.
I knew that wasn't an apology from the start. If I don't go along with it, you really mean it? I tried to maintain composure and not yell at him once again. Please change the subject. Especially that last line. I felt a quick surge of relief as I looked at him, trying to ignore his awful rudeness and inconsiderate attitude toward his supposed childhood friend. Perfect. Breakfast! I talked to him about that for a little while, keeping myself distracted until the game decided it was time to move on. I looked around the room after he went back to his normal spot. Everyone was letting out quiet sighs of relief as the process was finally over.
Okay. It is 10 after 4 in the morning, and I still have to get ready for work, so I think we're gonna pick this up here tomorrow night. Man, I don't know about you guys, but I'm tired, so I hope you guys are enjoying Lost Ascension so far. It's definitely living up to how I remembered it. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, I'm definitely enjoying this. So yeah, that's going to be all for tonight. So thank you guys for watching, and that's all. Take care.